brothers floating in the air.
You do not know the way. You know the way.
Look at me, sure. Look at me, sure. I'm the captain now.
Another settlement is somewhere that they need our help. I'll mark it on your map. We'll find out what they need. We could use more settlements supporting our cause.
NANI?!
I started blasting. Bang, bang.
Ass and she jumped. I was being fair. I didn't say, yo, Kate, you lying bitch. I don't believe.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Yo. Good morning, everybody. What's up? I came back to see all these channel point redemptions. What's up, everybody? How's your days going? Like, it's so many. Yeah, I missed. The only one I caught was that last scare one. That was the one I caught. You know? Glad everyone's having a good time so far. How are we on this chilly Saturday? I'm pretty good. I'm gonna show you why I'm good. I woke up to something interesting today. Check this out. I don't know if you've seen this.
You guys have a big announcement to make you came
Serious?
exclusively
Well, I'm
to
out.
give it to
No,
us
no.
tonight
No
on the
serious.
Tonight Show.
That's right. That's right. We had to do it here. Let's do it.
Keenan, can you tell us what's going on?
Watch.
Ladies and gentlemen, Kel has something
Watch.
he'd like to tell you.
Wow. All right, here we go. Kel, whenever you're ready.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Oh, wow.
welcome to Good Burger, home of the Good Burger, part 2!
Good Burger 2. Good Burger 2. Look at it. They're pregnant. Good Burger 2. Let's go. I hope it's good and not cringe. Same. Same. But I'm holding on to optimism for right now. But GG. Good Burger, one of my favorite childhood movies, Beck. It's so good. I'm telling you. I don't know if it holds up because I have not seen it in years. But childhood me, oh, that was the first thing I saw when I woke up. That was the first thing I saw. Yeah, it's an American thing. It's an American thing. Keenan and Kel, Good Burger, all that good stuff. You know? All that good stuff. It aired in the UK too. I mean, we had to have Nickelodeon to get. Oh, yeah. If you didn't have Nickelodeon, you know, there wasn't much you could. I was broke as fuck. We didn't have it. Yeah, that makes sense. I know what that's like. You know, I know what that's like. But man, Good Burger 2. What a good start to the morning. It was in those Mexican channels too. The only issue is that means I have to get Paramount Plus. So, wait, do y'all have Mexican channels over there? I don't think they have Mexican channels over there. You know what I'm saying? I feel like we did because we're adjacent to Mexico, right? But like, I don't think they had it. Does that mean y'all don't have Mexicans? I'd imagine there's some, but not enough to warrant a TV channel, you know? Loki, yeah. Like, racist as fuck. Like, not enough to warrant a TV channel, you know what I'm saying? Like, we had them, you know? I used to see them. But I didn't understand Spanish, so I didn't watch them very much. But I saw them. Ooh, I love stats, Beck. Share the stats. Yeah, Scotland. So yeah, I don't think Scotland would have. I don't think Scotland would have Mexican channels. You know. That's better. There we go. Oh, it's coming out this year too. Interesting. Scotland Mexicans are ay que onda lassie. Lassie. Exactly. Scotland populations are 96% white. Very few Mexicans in UK. Well, I'd imagine. Like, I mean, it kind of makes sense geographically speaking. You know what I'm saying? Que onda? Lassie. 96% white, 4% everything that is not white combined. That sounds like my elementary school that I went to once for like 4th grade. You know? I think that's almost the exact statistics, to be honest with you. You know? In my yearbook, if you look at my class picture, you can tell, you can see me. So everyone knew who I was because I was the black kid. You know? They're like, oh, there he is. Look at him. You know, in my yearbook, because camera quality wasn't great, you see like a little black speck in the sea of my classmates. You know? It was good times, though. Good times. That was only for like 1 year. African Caribbean or black groups made up just over 1% of Scotland's population. How many people are in Scotland? We had like 4 black kids in my high school and they were all related. Yeah, that's typically how it goes. That was me, my sister, and Lev. You know? So there was 3 of us. This is 2014. I need the 2023 or I guess 2022. Wait a second. Is this right? Hold on. I'll show the screen in a second. Whoa. 5.45 million. I always forget, like, how small some places are. Brew Rip, Lance Reddick. Yeah, no more. And then in Texas, yeah, like not again. Not again. Not again. It always blows my mind like this. And it's like 90% mountains and forests. I love seeing mountains. And locks? Locks? What is locks? Locks are lake. Oh. Okay. I get it now. I get it. Yeah, like that's the Loch Ness Monster is what came to my mind, but I was like, I didn't know that meant lakes. Got it. Yeah, the first thing I thought was Loch Ness. My buddy's stepdad speaks Gaelic. He's from Wales, I think. It's a monster that lives in Loch Ness. Oh. I didn't know like Loch was I figured Loch Ness was a place, like a body of water somewhere, but I didn't know, American schools didn't teach me that much about geography, you know what I'm saying? Whether we wanted it or not, we've stepped into war with the cabal on Mars. What? Hold on. What? Oh, I get it. It's in Destiny. I remember. Lochs are a specific type of body of water. It's larger than our average lakes. Oh, see, this is the stuff like one of Lance's most iconic lines. Yeah, like I learned something today. I also didn't really pay attention in my geography class, so I may have learned it and I just didn't pay attention, to be honest. That's just a lake in the Scots. Like in my geography class, we just kind of made fun of my teacher, so we didn't really pay attention, which I kind of feel bad about in hindsight, but, what can you do? I was 15 and bad, made fun of your teacher. Yeah, I did. You know what's funny about that too? We had awards at the end of the year. I'm out of here. But I grew. I became such a better person in the 3 years after that. The first year, I was bad. I'm not going to lie. I was. But I got better. But I won like a outstanding character award in that class, funny enough. How old are you? Like 17? Heck, I'm 31. I'm grown now. I'm grown. It's been over a decade since I was making fun of my teacher, who every class would ask me to run down to the vending machine and get him a Diet Pepsi. I slept in all my classes unless my teacher found something unique to do. A lot of classes were boring. I've been teaching for over a decade now. I don't know if I have the patience to be a teacher. I tutored, but that's about it. But I don't have the patience because I'm not good at the act of teaching. Like I can show you how I do something, but I can't relate. Like I can't present the information in a way where you could understand it, unless you just are a visual learner. I barely got it with my own child. Yeah, like I could not teach. I can't do it. I can show, but I can't explain. Well, last week I had a kid say, "That's what she said" at me, and I just stared at him in silence till he walked out the room. Yeah, he probably felt awkward. No interaction at all there. He was just like, "Oh, joke fell flat." He probably thought he was being hilarious, and he's just like, "Oh, nothing. No reaction. None." That's probably the best way to do it. Some teachers get all mad. I had a lot of teachers that got mad, to be fair. I've been hit, chair thrown, spat on verbally, and sexually assaulted. Yeah, those kids are wild. Those kids are pretty wild. I still want to throw hands for somebody putting payday in S tier. Whoever did, you're fucking mentally insane. You know what's funny about that? So I tweeted the list, I tweeted it. And, like it's not, do you teach at a, like what kind of school do you teach at? Like a regular one or? Where's the list? Oh, here it is. So Illy, I tweeted the list and the main criticism I got, a normal one. Yeah, not a private one. Yo, those kids are crazy. A history teacher? I feel like history teachers are usually like the more laid back, cooler ones. For the most part. Some are mean. Some history teachers are mean. But in my experience, my history teachers are like the cool ones. High school here, which is like 11 to 18. Yo, what's up, Saul? How are you? That's why I want to do it. But the main criticism that I had on the list is that Andes and Fun Dip were in D tier. I was told, quote, and I'll quote it, get Andes and Fun Dip out that tier and into something higher right the fuck now. And I saw it right before I got to stream. Not happy about this. Hope everyone's having a great day. How's your day, Saul? How was India? High school's 11 to 18. That was Addy. It was. It was. Oh, about that tier list. Yes, it was Addy. I saw Addy's tweet right before I went live. I wouldn't say I was laid back because my expectations are really high. I think that's good. I think it's good to have... Wait. Whoa. Phyllis, Reese's in S tier is filthy. That was universal. That was universally agreed on. She told me that was me. Yeah, it was Addie. I like filthy. Me too. Nope, not doing that this morning. And I get very good grades, but I'm very calm. I think that's a good way to do it, to be honest. I didn't really mind teachers that had high expectations. I just didn't like teachers that were mean, But yeah, it was. I laughed when I saw this. Oh, you can't even see it. But Andy was like, get Andy's Fun Dip out. I'd be a super laid back teacher. So when I tutored, I was pretty chill, but obviously I didn't have to give the grades. So I was chill. And so I was tutoring in math for sophomores, so 16-year-olds. And then the geography teacher had, okay, sorry, everyone. Once I start teaching, I can't stop. No, you're good. You're good. Hey, yo, good morning, guys. What's up, Barrel? Like you don't want to do your work? You're going to have to time me out again. Reese's is ass. Phyllis, no. Reese's is so good. Do you not like peanut butter? That's the first time I've ever heard that. Good morning, Barrel. How are you? But so I was tutoring math for sophomores. And then the geometry teacher got sick. Not sick, she had a baby. And so they asked me to fill in. And I had to teach geometry. I don't know why I keep saying geography. And so I taught it for like 2 weeks. Then they had a teacher fill in, like an actual geometry teacher come in. And the class hated him so much that they literally led a revolution and refused to do the work. And they would text me, we're not doing this. And one of those students, my brother. Not JJ, but my other brother. I love peanut butter, just not in Reese's. Ew, you're good at math? I'm actually really good at math, but I hate it. I don't like math, but I'm good at it. I did math at uni, could never teach it. It's hard to teach. I could literally just show somebody how I do it. And I'd be like, copy it down and figure it out. This is how I do it. I did teach my brother and sister on a student placement too. Joe's Hill is goated in math. I've always been good at it. I just hate it. Math's not for me. It's one of the worst subjects, let's be honest. I'm great. Got all my homework and tests done yesterday and just going to do that Among Us stream later. You still want to play? What time are you streaming? Math is the language of the universe, and I hate it. Yep. Do you work at as well stream? Yes, I do. I am a photographer. Around 5. I should be good for like an hour. Oh, 5 Mountain? Hold on. Oh. 6? Yeah, I've never had to do Mountain Time. Hold on. I have to look that up. Hold on. I've never heard Mountain Time. 6? Yeah, I should be good for like an hour, Barrel, if that's cool. Yeah, they're 1 hour behind. Oh, that's in between us and Pacific. Okay, got it. Mountains can tell time. I've never heard that one. That's awesome. Yeah, so I can join in for about an hour. Do you photograph people or things? I do weddings and families. I appreciate you. What the fuck is Mountain Time? So it's the time zone right in between Central and Pacific. Yeah, weddings and families and stuff. Look, this one, like what? Yeah, like Colorado. Must feel sick being around all that level of time. Yeah, especially when you're by yourself, you know. I kind of live vicariously through the couples for a day, then I come home and I'm just like, oh, it's me. You know? It's when the mountain's like, it's 2:30, bitch. Yeah, you know, you're like, I'm gonna have a chill day, and the mountain's like, get up, it's time for work, bitch. Move. And you're like, God, I was not ready. You know? Yeah, mountains get aggressive, you know? They don't play around. They do not play around. That's cool that you're a teacher. I'm studying to become a history teacher. You know what's funny? So my mom, she got a history degree and never used it. Ever. I didn't have a photographer for my wedding. Did you have a big wedding or a small wedding? I want to become a sex ed teacher. I didn't have sex ed in school. Didn't want anyone to see me. I mean, that's understandable. Small. I like small weddings better than bigger weddings. I'm not going to lie. Even though bigger weddings pay you more, I like smaller ones. They're much more laid back. History teacher's cool, though. I think, you know, history's fascinating. I want to become an adult sex teacher. I remember they tried to give us a sex ed class when we were in middle school, and that was a horrible decision for middle school boys. That was not productive at all. All we did was laugh, and our teacher got frustrated. Not sex ed, sex. No, I get you. I got you. English teaching, please. English was my favorite subject in school. Teach me, curse. Yeah, teach us all. We got sex ed from the age 11 here, I think. Have any of you guys been to a gay wedding? I have. I photographed them. That's it, I'm moving in. English really was. It was my favorite course. Let me bang, man. I have. Yeah, I photographed them. So, it's my job. I've been to a few. For some reason here, they always like have their weddings on the hottest day of the summer. How was your experience? It was like a normal wedding, to be honest with you. Gay weddings are surprisingly very well planned for some reason. Yeah, they are. They are. Let's all just get a streamer house. Yes, let's do it. Let's do it. I've been to a gay club. It's really cool. Yeah, like, they were pretty cool. Like, nothing. One of the gay weddings I did is the only wedding where they forgot their wedding rings at home, which was like 2 hours away from the venue. So they had the whole wedding got delayed for 2 hours because they had to go get the rings. Like, they have some real fun. Yeah. Yo, what's up, Glitch? How are you? Oh, Glitch, I meant to ask you. Did your OBS recording get fixed? Did that work? I didn't follow up. That's my fault. I mean, it's just the same as every other wedding. Yeah. The best weddings, though, bar none, Hispanic weddings. Like, I'll stand on that all day. This is the best party you'll ever go to. Hispanic weddings are top tier. The party's just different, from my experience. Yo, Dehumanized, thanks for following. How are you? Thank you. Hell yeah, they are. Oh my God, Sex Dungeon, I'm in. Yeah. Same, yep. The best in the biz, they are. Have you not been to an Arab wedding yet, Skratsx? I have not. I better go. No, you're welcome here. Stay. Yo, I'm selling big time. Had no idea I wasn't following. Oh, you're good. Skratsx Content House is nothing like the others. Of course it's not. It's the best. Talking about sex dungeons, all good. Have you seen our conversations in this chat, Beck? Have you seen them? Torture chambers are good too. Yeah. Like we have these sounds for a reason. You know? Yeah. It gets wild in here. Have you seen what I read? I feel like it fits perfectly. You know, we have all these sounds for a reason. And that one. What's up, King? What's up, King? How are you? What's up? Yeah, I've never photographed an Arab wedding. That's one that I'm missing out on. So as of now, Hispanic parties are the best ones I've been to. And not just weddings. Their baby shower was lit. Where's Bean? Bean comes a little later. Yo, good in yourself? Pretty good. So, bro, and yeah, it helped a bit, but when I learned that I needed to boost the power being used on my CPU in order to get smoother gameplay, now I gotta work it. Perfect. You'd have liked ours? I probably would have. I have a lot of fun at weddings.
FBI, open up!
I love that sound too. The only thing that I refuse to do at weddings, which some people find weird, is I don't like to eat when I'm photographing weddings. Because I'm always very nervous about how that could go. So I just don't. And they're like, you gotta eat something, please. And I'm like, I prefer not to eat during the wedding. Thanks for help. Absolutely. We had wedding champagne, home-cooked afternoon tea, board games, pub quiz. That sounds cool. Then a barbecue. That sounds cool. Then dance. The dancing's my favorite part of the whole wedding. That's my favorite part. That's when everyone's kind of stress-free. You know, everything's kind of done already. I hope you at least take a plate home. Sometimes. It depends on what they get. Black Dad barbecue equals goat tier? Yeah. I feel like, especially as dads get older, barbecuing becomes more important. Like my dad is the dad where it'll be pouring rain and he'll open the garage and he'll still be grilling and shit. He's like, I feel like I need to barbecue. And I'll be like, it's raining. Close the garage. It was overlooking the beach. I want to do a beach wedding so bad. If I don't have a mosh pit in my wedding, I ain't going. You need it. You have to have it. One friend of mine had a nice outdoor wedding with a huge smoker for meats. That sounds... Barbecue at a wedding, more people should do that. Barbecue is a national pastime for dads. It is. Weather ain't stopping this barbecue. That's exactly how my dad is. He does not care. He's also one of those people that no matter how bad the storm is, he has to go look at it. Like we had a tornado warning the other day and he's like, let me see what's going on. Winds are 80 miles an hour outside, but he's still got to look at it. I've had the same when I was younger. I mean, I don't know. Fat bride Spanish wedding barbecue is pretty lit. It sounds perfect. I've got a meat smoker if you want to put yours in it. Is that just open to Apocalypse Cursed or am I welcome? Bless it. Yeah, that's how my dad is. I'm more interested in your meat. I'll mosh Psalm 90. You have to. And don't forget, randomly inspecting your car. Yep. Glitch, you do it too, bro. You do. Dude, y'all making me hungry for barbecue. I need it. Barbecue would be so good. So good. Glitch, you look at storms. I just never do. I'm like, I'm just gonna do my thing. I was gonna make a free barbecue sauce comment, but I'm not sure it's appropriate. I gotta see that comment. Barbecue tier list? Do they have one? Let's see. Generic dad statement. Which idiot changed your oil? Yeah, he does. I gotta see if what they're saying is true. See, the thing is, the other day, you could hear it, right? Like you could hear it. I had to go clean out my wardrobe. It's always fun. By the way, you shook on limited time distraction. How long's it been? I mean, we're good still. We're still good. It's only been 30 minutes. We're good. And Legate's not in here yet, so it doesn't count. It doesn't count. I still have to fold laundry now that Beck mentioned the wardrobe. I've had laundry sitting here for about a week and a half that needs to get folded. I have to go clean out Beck's wardrobe while she gets stressed. I mean, you know, it's good to have some help for that. I need help if someone wants to fold. Lost lots of weight this year, so I have to find clothes. Well, congratulations, number one. That's pretty cool. But the finding clothes is not fun. You made a vow. I have to. Like, it's good to have help. I wish I had help with folding of the clothes. You know? Yo, Dehumanized, thanks for the sub. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I got to strike barbecue tier list. Let's see. No, they don't have one. They just have barbecue sauce. Yes, by the way, I saw the Red Fort today. How was it? W. Drew, thank you. Listen, I heard you were in here talking shit about my suggestion changes to your list. I wasn't talking shit about it, Addy. I just found it funny. I thought it was funny. You know? I thought it was funny. Please send help. Like, it was pretty funny. Likely story. I promise. I wasn't like that damn Addy and those Andes mints. I didn't say that till just now. But before that, I didn't say that. Everything is unreal. There's so much history to everything. Like, what the hell? I think, man, India sounds so cool to go to. What's your favorite thing that you've seen so far, Saul? When Christmas time comes around and I make Christmas cookies with Andy's chocolates, you're not getting any. No, that's a cookie with it sounds good. But I can't. Fun Dip? I didn't. See, the thing is, I didn't vote. I didn't vote on it. It wasn't me. This was, see, look, that's why I made sure to put this right here. Voted by chat, you know? Everything Everywhere All at Once, incredible movie. I love that movie. You know? Gotta be the Taj Mahal, no doubt. It's truly a wonder. That's gotta be. I've seen pictures, but seeing it in person, I don't know what's with these voice cracks. Seeing it in person has to be incredible. Incredible, you know? The Taj Mahal has to be nice. Dude, honestly, it's really wholesome to tune into the stream and see the regulars in here. It's such a nice community. I'm really happy to be part of this. I'm happy to have you here, Beryl. I appreciate that. Who voted Fun Dip like that? People who like their teeth. Fun Dip is the crack starter kit. I feel like Fun Dip is just pixie sticks with a stick, right? You know what? My teeth are fucked up. You're not lying. Get that James Earl Jones voice mod. I need it. I don't know what's going on with these voice cracks. It's going to make me put on a fake voice. I'm going to be in here like, hello. What's up, chat? Right, I'm going to clean this wardrobe. You could do it back. Forehead kisses back. Hopefully it's not too stressful. 10-year-old kids playing Fortnite voice back when? We're getting it. Like, these voice cracks are crazy. They're crazy. Yeah, it's Pixie Sticks, which is also great. I was cool with Pixie Sticks. Bye, Beck. It's because you won't eat Andy's chocolate. That's why your voice keeps dipping. It hates your chat's opinions. Maybe I need to get some. I think that'll stop it. Oh, shit. I was meant to DM my Fortnite. I forgot. Oh, you're good. I'm sorry I said Scotland had no Mexicans. I didn't mean it. I'll maybe remember next month. Or I'll get it from Lev and I'll add you. They're available at HEB. Okay. I'll go. Speaking of HEB, you know what that just reminded me of? So my mom the other day, she was like, I have to tell you about your father. And I was like, what'd he do? He said to her, yo, we should go get some of the best barbecue that I've had lately. And she was like, oh, okay, date night, that's cool. And she said, why did we pull up into an HEB parking lot? She was like, I've never been more disappointed. Rank barbecue sauces? We're gonna have to. I'm not the biggest barbecue sauce connoisseur though. Let's see. Do they have one? Because HEB is the best. Did my phone... I was wondering why you said 4. 15 minutes. Got you, Legate. Welcome in. Got you. 15 minutes. 15 minutes, I got you. I was wondering what the 4 was there for. You know? Yeah. He was like, he took her to a date to HEB. Isn't that funny? She was like, why did we pull up into an HEB? They do have a barbecue sauce tier list, but I don't know many of them, to be honest with you. It's okay. I had a date with Addie at Walmart. Walmart's fun. You know? Walmart's fun. HEB sounds like an STD, I swear. It could be. We don't know. We don't know what's out there. But the store is cool. The store is cool. I didn't get the hype because I'd never been to one until we got one like a few months ago. Like in my area. And HEB is still crowded as hell every time I go. Yo, you can't disrespect HEB like that. I had never been until like, months in March, till like December. Because we didn't get one out here until like December. I kept hearing about HEB and I was like, what is that? That's the Texas government, basically. I could tell. The way people stand in line there, it's nuts. The lines are longer there than at Costco. And I never thought lines would be longer than I see at Costco. Here, everything's better. Oh, is that what it stands for? Is that what HEB stands for? I didn't even think about that. I did not even think about that. I never gave it a second thought. That is fancy. I feel like the two things the Texans really founded by Charles Butt. Really? No, it stands for Harry Edible Butt. I like that one better, Strange. I like that one better. Well, his mom found it. Then you have not been at the immigration center. My friend, the lines can go way back all the way to Iraq. True. Those lines have to be unrivaled. I worked there for 3 years. Oh. Here, everything's butts. I like that. That's the best one. That's the best one, I think. That's my favorite one. I like that. Do they sell merch like Buc-ee's does? Or no? Because Texans ride for Buc-ee's too. I've been here for 10 years and still standing in line. I've never seen that line. I've never seen that line. The other longest line that I've seen is when I was a kid and me and my mom had to go to the food stamp place. That line was pretty crazy. That line was pretty long. You know, HEB branded everything. We have a few things that are HEB branded, not like merch, but like you know how stores have their own generic food items? There's some of those. Yo, food stamps are goated with the sauce. I love HEB branded everything. I miss food stamps. Same. Those were good times. Except I didn't have the card. Yeah, poor people experience. Yep. I didn't have the card. So, like, we had the actual, like, that kind of was embarrassing. But other than that, you know, it was cool. Glad you understand. Yeah, the poor kid experience. You know how it is. The poor kid experience. Get yourself some tea. I don't have any. All I have is my water. I'm out of tea. Thank you for the hydrate. I was getting my water as these voice cracks are crazy. I'm out. I have to go to the store, but I've been too lazy to go to the store because I hate grocery shopping. Bro, drink some water. I have water. Order some. I need to. What's the best tea? What's the best tea? It's true. Like, I just don't enjoy grocery shopping, you know? Some anti-voice crack tea. Yeah, I need that. It's been bad this week, hasn't it? Let's see. What's the best one? Green? Maybe I'll ask my old vocal coach. Need a crotch stretch points redemption? How do I do that? I don't know how to make that redeemable. I'm gonna text my old vocal coach. She'll tell me. I'm gonna see what she has to say. I'll be like, what's the best tea? Let me see. Okay. Get throat coat tea. It's for real a tea. That sounds so sus, but I'm gonna trust you. Tell me your most memorable poor kid experience. Okay. Squats while wearing super short gym shorts, commando. I'll be the throat coach. It is real. Look. I may have to get this one. I may have to add like tea to the morning routine. Organic too. You know, summer's almost here. We're bringing back the 5-inch shorts. You know how it goes. That's sus. It does sound sus. Okay. She said ginger tea. She said ginger. Ginger good? I haven't really drank tea in a while. The Hoochie Daddy specials, my favorite shorts. Gotta have them for summertime, especially in Texas, you know. I hope the tea bags are shaped like dicks. Wouldn't that be great? Oh, most memorable poor kid story. Ginger tea is fantastic. Ginger is the go-to for this household, and I don't care for it. I love Hoochie Daddy shorts. They're so comfy. They really are. Okay, most memorable poor kid story. I told it the other day, but I have two. Two poor kid stories. One, it was at a time right before you get more food stamps for the next month. And we were running low and we didn't have a ton of food. Because mind you, there were 7 of us, right? And so you remember those coupon books that you used to get? So we had some of those. And in it, we had McDonald's coupons where you'd get like 1 free kids meal or something like that. And it was 1 usage per person. So me and my mom hopped in our car, which was a rusted car with a cracked windshield. And we went to McDonald's and she would go in and then I would go in. But that's only 2 meals. So we had to go to each McDonald's to make sure that everyone had a meal. That was one of my favorite ones. We were so poor, my mom kept a bottle of paprika from 1993 until 2018. Yeah, that's a good one. So during the war in Iraq, they legit took everything from us, including toys. So I saved up some money from stealing gas and went out to the dogs and illegally bought a yo-yo. It was so cheap that as soon as I played with it, it fell on the floor and shattered. Damn. My mom had all the kids eat free nights planned out. That's another good one. Okay, so my most embarrassing poor kid story is this. So remember, we had that rusted old car. So it looked like the mystery van from Scooby-Doo, but it was red and it was rusted. It had shag carpeting and everything. And it had a broken, like a shattered windshield. And people at my school saw it. And I went to a private school because my mom was a teacher at that school. So we went there. And so they decided they were going to raise money to fix that windshield. Let's go, poor kids. It was great. And so they did that, and they gave my mom that check in secret, right? So my mom was just like, "Oh, we're getting a new windshield," which was cool. But then that December, my teachers kept sending me on errands for stuff, and so I'm in middle school at this time. That's important. I'm in middle school, and my teachers keep sending me on errands, like go get papers, go do this, go do this. And I was like, how come it's always me just getting it? And then we had a school-wide assembly. And at this school, it was kindergarten through seniors in high school. And I'm in middle school. And they go, yo, before we let out for Christmas break, we just knew that there was one family here who wasn't going to have a Christmas, you know, because times are hard for them and they weren't going to have Christmas. So we together as a school got together and we raised money. And I'm sitting here with my friends like, damn, that sucks. I wonder who this kid is. Like, I wouldn't want to be that kid. and they called my name up and gave me the check in front of the entire school. And I was like, whoa, what? What? We weren't going to have Christmas? What? And I had to go up in front of my entire school and get that check in front of everybody. Oh, it was terrible. And I was 13. And you can imagine how a young 13-year-old me felt walking down that long aisle to pick that check up. Damn, man, they violated you. Everybody hates Chris style. Yep. Middle school you being like this is the first I've heard about this. Yeah. Skratsx said it could never be me, but it was in fact him. Yep. It was me. That's how you know someone came up poor. They have that one item they coveted, they keep as that reminder and as a motivator. You know what mine is? I have a disco ball. You know, like those ones with the colored items? I'll show you actually. Hold on 1 second. I'll show you. So, as a kid, I always wanted one of these, right? I saw them and I always wanted one. And I could never get it because we were broke. And so I got one, and it's kind of busted and old now, but I keep it anyway because I always wanted it. They not only made sure you were the token poor kid, they made you the main character token poor kid. Exactly. They did. It was, I was so embarrassed. And the thing that's even more messed up is that I was talking to my friend like, damn, I wouldn't want to be that kid. And they knew I was that kid. They didn't even warn me. Spencer's had those. I've never been to Spencer's. They wanted to make you a Hallmark movie. They did. It was horrible. My mom was so mad. She was so mad. I'm like, I'm not homies, bro. Right? Like, they could have told me. I always wanted one of those too, never got one. When I got one, even though it's kind of broken, I just had to keep it. Bro, that's why I love it here. We all know the struggle, and it feels so genuine. Yeah, that poor kid struggle. Like 90% of all the shit I buy is shit I didn't have as a kid, and now I can afford it. Yep. And the other thing that being poor taught me is how to fix things, right? So like we had a washer machine that we obviously needed, but it didn't work. And my dad, yeah, look at the wall behind me. It's all, let me turn off the blur. It's just stuff I like, you know? I had to. It's all stuff I liked. That's not a cheap wall? Yeah, it's not. Feeding the inner kid's happiness. That's exactly what it is. You kind of just get the stuff that you really couldn't get. You know? And it's funny because, like, I know my mom hates me talking about the poor kid stories, but I had fun. Being poor was, I mean, it sucks being poor, but it was like, we still had fun. You know? I enjoyed it. I still had a good childhood, even though we was broke. You know? What's the first thing y'all bought with your first paycheck? Nah, because being poor made nigga have to really use their imagination. Exactly. That's also why I tell people that me and my siblings are so close. Because we ain't have anything else. All we had was each other, you know? That's why I love weed, man. It brings what I like to call childlike happiness. I agree. That's awesome that you saw the positive and negative situation. I think it's because, like, I still had I had some stuff and I had friends and stuff, right? And so I wasn't someone who, I guess it's because I saw how hard my parents worked and stuff. I wasn't really a kid that complained like that. My sister, though. But not me. Not Lev, my other sister, though. She complained a lot. Oh, God, yeah. The first thing that I bought, actually, it may have been this. It was either this or it was a game. I forget which one it was. Begin launching the game, so it'll be ready by 11. Got you. I got you. I have the launcher up already. See? I'm prepared. It's right there. It's right there. Also, the very first thing I purchased from my first paycheck was weed, of course. Goodbye. Goodbye. You know what, man? My mom never, ever let us go without what we wanted, clothes and stuff like that. She would literally not eat some nights to make sure we could. Yeah. Not gonna lie, the first thing I bought was my PS4. That's a good buy. I even ran hella low on gas so I could make the weed first purchase. That was a good buy. Yeah, we didn't complain. My dad had to run with us to 5 different countries, so whatever that man wants, he gets. He saved all our asses from certain death. Yeah. You know? I think that's cool. That's cool. Plus, like, my mom, both of my parents, you know how you make those, like, embarrassing ass, like, Mother's Day, Father's Day gifts in school? Like, I remember I'd make my mom the worst necklace as a kid. And she would literally wear those to big meetings. And people were like, what the fuck is that? And she would get mad. She'd be like, don't talk shit about this. My son made it. And I'd be like, damn. Damn. Yeah, your dad is a legend, Barrow. Like, a single mom with 3 kids is no joke. I bought my first PS3 from a crackhead for $50.
I was being fair.
And
I
had
didn't
games
say,
on.
yo, Kate, you lying bitch.
Okay, that's the points again. Yeah. Being poor, you know, it made me learn how to fix stuff. Made me closer to my parents. 1201, got you. I'm launching it. I don't know. Just made me more appreciative overall, I think. My mom kind of adopted me and worked her ass off. That's why I worked so hard for her. Exactly. Exactly. You know? Your dad's a legend, deserves the world. Amen. Amen. You know? Like, some people are like, oh, I couldn't be poor. It wasn't that bad. You know? It wasn't that bad. It would suck if you were rich and became poor, but it wasn't that bad overall. Overlord DLC, got you. Got you. Oh, hold on. The music's still playing. There. Yeah, I can always see the positive in things because growing up, life was a struggle. Exactly. Exactly. Nah, kids aren't the same now. I used to come home from school and stay playing outside with my neighbors. I had fun. Exactly. The only thing I really wanted was a bike, and they figured out how to give me a bike and taught me how to, like, change the chain and all that stuff. But it made me a stronger adult, to be honest. I believe so. I 100% would agree with that. I agree with that. I'm still riding that high from my solid 3-piece yesterday. Yeah, that was crazy. That was crazy. 3 for 3 on that, bro. That was insane. That was insane. Overlord. That was insane, bro. This nigga addicted. You know how it goes. It was crazy. That 3-piece was insane, bro. Bubs was literally like less than a minute after left. I don't know how you pulled that one off. I have no idea how you did that. No. Where's Overlord? Did I go to a random planet on accident? That was crazy. Oh, it's right here. That's why. Bro, same I had a scooter. Someone gave me and I rode it every day, I swear. Yeah, anything like, with the exception of the time I wanted Heelys and my mom got me skates, I was pretty thrilled. The Heelys thing hurt. I'm not gonna lie to you. That was one of the, but I didn't complain out loud, but in my head I was like, what the fuck is this? The Heelys thing hurt. I wanted Heelys so bad. And she got me shoes that had 4 wheels. God. I wanted them too. Yep. There were certain things that I really wanted that still stick in my brain, but by the time I had money, I was too big for them. Did you have that one friend with the skateboard who would hold on to you and ride like a bike? Yes. 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 I always wanted, you know those like rideable cars that you could get as a kid? I always wanted one of those. All right, guys, well, I'm going to go get my day started, have fun and chat, and also you're all invited to the Among Us games later. I will post it in Skratsx Discord if that's okay with you, Skratsx. Yeah, post away. And I'll be there. Yeah, man, I'm hella addicted. You ever tried tipping this? Not falling for that again. I'm not falling for that again, bro. I'm just not. I can't fall for that twice. Yo, Legate, who should I take on this one? Skratsx isn't falling for that anymore? I'm not. Who should I take on this one? Does it matter? It doesn't make a difference? Alright, so we're taking Tally. Bro, I would play Power Rangers with all my friends, and we would chase dogs and cars with sticks shaped like swords. So, we played football in the street. The kid's house who I liked the most was the kid who had the basketball hoop. The kid with the basketball hoop, that wasn't for me. But we had to use our imagination too much. Yeah. Once we got bikes, that's when it was really on, because then we could kind of ride around the neighborhood. We played soccer a lot. Yep. Who you want to get dialogue out of, basically. Okay. Let's go Thane here. Yo, I would play superpower type games with my friends, and we would act like we were flying and shit. Same. The imagination was strong. It had to be. I like that. Like you had to have a good imagination as a kid, especially when you were broke. Like, I remember when the PS2 came out and my friends bought it, but we could rent it for a weekend, you know? And so I'd rent it for a weekend, and we just had a memory card that I would keep for when we could afford to rent it again. You know? I had this one neighbor who had mad cousins, and when they would come over, we stay outside all night. I miss those times. It was fun. It was fun. Outside was really cool. And everyone had that rule, you know. Street lights come on, you better be inside. When you were poor, a stick in your dad's work boots were a whole cosplay. Yes. I banged a lot of their cousins. Oh man. Bro, the rich friend, did y'all have one? Yes. I did have a rich friend. I go to their house. I remember, like, I went to this kid's house. He had his own fridge in his part of the house. He had that big-ass TV that weighed, like, 800 pounds. Like a theater room type shit. Every game. It was wild. My neighbor, he lived with so many of his family members, and they were so nice. It was cool when you were had neighborhood friends, you know? My dad would give me every game but the freeway. There it is. That's what we love to hear. Yo. What the fuck? My dad modded a PS2. That's cool.
Damn it. The VI's overridden the controls. We have to stop him. He's trying to upload his program off.
Mine was a Coke dealer, so I got free Coke all the time.
There's a tram on the lower level.
His parents were so nice, they would invite us to Peter Piper and Mr. Gaddy's, and they would pay. Yo, Mr. Gaddy's was the shit. Yo, Mr. Gaddy's was the shit. All right, I'm back. Welcome back. Free Coke. Can't turn that down. Mr. Gaddy's was the shit. I remember those days. Yeah, Mr. Gaddy's was gas. Welcome back, Illy. So y'all do Coke? No. I don't do drugs. My grandfather was an addict, and I know my personality, so I don't. I was selling Coke to teachers and banging one that would buy Coke just so we could fuck more. Yeah, allegedly. Coca-Cola. Yeah. The other way you knew when a kid had more money is what they could buy when the ice cream truck came by. You know what I'm saying? The ice cream truck really showed you the difference between the classes. I was getting that broke kid ice cream every time. If I could get some. You know? Sometimes I used to act like, I'd be like, Mom, act like I'm in trouble real quick so I don't have to ask for ice cream.
Contact.
This was at 14. Okay. Yep. Sniper rifles needed. Yo, Legate, how many hours do you think I got left in the game? Bro, I remember school lunches have them smoothie machines. I did not have a smoothie machine. I'll be real. You went to a better school than me. But I was also a free lunch kid. Bro, I remember I didn't have $1 for the ice cream I wanted, and she was like, just take it and pay me back. I swear, every time I saw the van, I would hide. You have to. 3 to 10 hours, depends on how much more you do. Okay. And all you need was $1 cup. My friend's mom got me bus fare and put me up for a week each summer. Good times. Nigga not getting my $1. Yeah, a smoothie machine? It was a public school though? Yeah, my public school did not have that shit. Damn. Oh, I thought that was a bad guy for a second. A smoothie machine, man. That's okay, she forgets. Yeah, like, man, ice cream truck would come, I'd be like, yo, please. Yo, let me hold $1, bruh. Please. My school had a snow cone van that would come every 2 weeks. Damn. What kind of schools were y'all going to? Mine only had chocolate milks and Gatorade cans. We did have like them cans of Gatorade. We had them smoothie machines on deck. On a good day, maybe some milk. That's what I'm saying. What the fuck? A smoothie machine? My school had free lunches and chocolate milk. Same. I was a free lunch kid. And free lunch was always worse than the kids that had the paid lunch. I had regular chocolate and strawberry milk. We didn't have strawberry. We had chocolate, though. We had ham sandwiches and mac and cheese. We had, like, chips and that nacho cheese in the can. And it was only the burger. Yep. Like, little apple juice containers. We had those sometimes. And then, like, every once in a while, we'd have that pizza day. Pizza day went crazy. Oh, shit. Gotta kill him, please, 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 please. Shit. The damn fire. Friday pizza day? That was the best day. The square ones, yep. My mom used to tell me I was in special school, and I used to brag about that to my friends. What do you mean by special school? Yeah, I would steal other niggas' juices. That's how you have to do it. When I was younger, I used to wake up before this rooster crowed and went and got soda bottles to turn in for some change. I'd cash them in and then go give my money to this old man named Curtis Lowe. Nah, the nuggets was so good. Jesse admitted. Not when I'm poor. Yeah, $5, you'd be like, yo, mom, can I get $5? And she'd be like, for fucking what? Some days I just wasn't getting pizza. Some days it just was not happening. Unfortunately. Almost like, I can get you $1 burger. You crazy? Okay. Really fucking no one? No. I'm too scared, Cursed. I'm too scared. I'm too on edge from yesterday. I saw that 3 for 3 performance and I just can't. I can't risk it. Please. Fuck. Please. Okay, we got him. She homeschooled me and called it special school because I was absolutely failing first grade. I don't know how I was failing. My mom was the one. You got McDonald's money? That's my mom too. 100%. First grade is crazy. But she spoiled the hell out of us on games. My dad was bigger on games. But I was also like a big book reader. So my mom would take me to Barnes & Noble about like once a month and let me buy like 2-3 books. Which was cool. I was a big book reader. Well, that was at the beginning of the song, the Ballad Curse Well. Oh, Jesus, fucking fire guy. He's gonna kill me again. I'm serious. I'm not gonna lie, Curse. I thought it was a D's Nuts joke and I was scared. I was scared. I think a lot of kids, like, one of the most repeated grades is like first grade. It's like first grade or kindergarten. One of those two. Sometimes it's not necessarily mature IQ. Sometimes it's a maturity thing. I know that because I worked at elementary school. I did after school care for a few years, and I'd hear people talking about it. What's the corniest punishment you got from a parent? So sometimes when I was in trouble, let me full screen for this. Sometimes when I was in trouble, what the hell they teach in the first grade? Sometimes like the biggest signs is like they don't write their letters the right way, or they can't it's usually penmanship and stuff like that, or they can't add. But what my mom used to do, if I got in trouble, not only would I get my ass beat, but she would then make me call, like let's say I was going to a friend's house. She'd make me call them on the phone. Their parents would answer, obviously. I'd be like, yo, can I speak to so-and-so? Let's say Ryan. So I'd be like, yo, what's up, Ryan? And he'd be like, yo, what's up? And my mom would be standing there and she'd be like, tell him what you did. And I'd be like, yo, I can't go to your house because, and she'd say, tell him you were disobedient. And I'd be like, I can't come to your house because I was disobedient. And she'd be like, now tell him what you did. And so I'd have to tell him what I did. And then she'd go, all right, you can hang up now. That's what my mom would do. And so, calling CPS. Y'all ever seen your friend get a whooping? Yep. That's so awkward. I prefer being punched over that. That shit was embarrassing, bruh. That shit was embarrassing. That's also why I don't get embarrassed much now. Because of shit like that. You know? Like, now, I don't really get embarrassed. Yeah, I thought I was gonna get whooped too. Sometimes it's so awkward, bro. My neighbor talked back to his mom and she whooped him in front of me and then still let him play outside. I was like, there's no way that I was still getting that my mom would still let me play outside. If I got my ass whooped, that was it for the day. That was it. Like, there's no way, bro. There was no way. If I'd have been like, so can I go back outside? That'd have been round 2. Round 2 for asking stupid questions. I said corny, not child abuse. I felt like that was corny. Having to tell my friends what I did, I felt like that was corny. You know? That was pretty corny to me. You know? That was embarrassing. That was embarrassing. My mom had like weird phone rules. So like if I was like working with a girl on a project, she'd make me call their house phone and ask their parents' permission to speak with them. And it was embarrassing every single time. So I have to call and I'd be like, hello, Miss Morgan's mom. May I speak to Morgan about our class project? And they'd always be like, aww. And I'd be like, kill me now, bro. Fucking kill me. This shit, kill me now, bro. Shit was horrible. That shit was not fun. Oh, can I clap your daughter's cheek, Miss Morgan? Like, damn, that was embarrassing. They'd always do it every time. Aww. And I'd be like, God damn it. Just, can I hang up? Never mind. I'll work on the project by myself. I'd much rather do this project by myself than, my punishment was I had to read the Bible, and the Bible was like fucking Old and New Testament plus the history book combined. Damn. They gave you schoolwork? That's a corny punishment. Yeah. I never had to do anything like that, to be fair. I never had to do anything like that. Oh, shit.
Go for the opposite. Go for the
for punishment, my mom had various ways to deal with me. But the one thing she tried to do and failed was take my devices. I have awful ADHD, so she would take away my devices and then give them back when I got annoying. Yeah. Oh my God, y'all ever had to write a statement 100 times on paper for punishment? Yeah, at school. That shit was annoying. I will not disrupt class. I will not disrupt class 100 times. Reading the Bible in its entirety is the number 2 reason why I'm atheist. It's long. Boom. I do that once in detention. Detention. I hate that. I hated having to do that. Then at my high school for detention, instead of doing that, they wanted you to like clean the bus or clean classrooms and stuff. And I was like, bro, y'all pay people for that. Why am I doing this?
This is Project Overlord with an emergency message to Cerberus Command. We've experienced
Bro, my mom made me do that and give it to my teacher because they told her I talked too much in class. What kind of student were you? Were you like class clown? Or were you the quiet kids? Well, I know Jazzy wasn't a quiet kid because of what she just said, but I was class clown until my dad came up to the school. After that, I was good. Once my dad came up to the school, I started trying to be good. But my mom whipped me in front of my white friend, and then he told his mom, and she was like, "Are you okay, sweetie?" Yo, I'm gonna up that a little bit, and this ties into me saying I was a class clown. I used to have to sign the book when I was in elementary, and my dad was like, "If you have to sign the book one more time, I'm coming up there." And I didn't believe him. And then he did come up to the school and whoop me in front of my whole class. In front of my whole class. Quiet, but wanted to be class clown. I wasn't a class clown, but I was talkative as hell. Not gonna lie, in middle school I was a class clown, and then I went to high school, and I didn't say shit to no one. Yeah, once I got to high school, I was much better. I was a much better kid in high school. I was a kid who got bullied, never show up, but passed with honors. They would run my shit now. Yeah. I was, Skratsx, can I send you a link to someone just sent me on Lance Reddick? Is this a D's Nuts joke, or are you actually DMing me? I feel every bit of that. Once I got to high school, I was much better. Much better. But if so, yeah, just tell me when you DM me. Nah, being bullied really makes you grow. No, I'm actually DMing. Okay. I'm just making sure. It made me talk shit to niggas. I didn't get bullied. That's one thing I never experienced in school. I never got bullied. I had one fight, and after that, everyone left me alone. But now I'll drag a bitch on the curb and stomp that out. Yeah, that's like, I had one fight because I was a shorter kid. And after that, it was over. Because this kid sprayed Axe in my face. That kid sprayed Axe in my face, and I had that one fight. And that's how I kind of learned that I have anger issues, too. So, everyone left me alone after that. Axe is insane? Yeah. Once he did that, it was up. He did that, and I just lost it. And my friend was like, "Yo, get off him, get off him." They all saw you throw hands. Yep. There was this one girl that was bigger than me, so she thought I was doing anything she said. Crazy. That shit diabolical. Yeah, and the whole reason, because so this kid was bigger than me, so I think he thought I wasn't going to do shit, right? But he didn't have my dad. My dad was like, if I heard someone was bullying you and you ain't do shit, you're going to have to fight me. And I was like, I'm not fighting my fucking dad. I don't care who pulls up. I'm not fighting my dad. So I had to. It was a desperation ass whooping that kid got, to be honest. I remember hitting my cousin with a plastic pipe in the stomach. Jesus Christ, you had weaponry. Like, I had to. I was not fighting my dad. My dad was a big guy. Hell no, I wasn't fighting my dad. I was like, fuck you, Chris. I don't even remember his name. I was like, nah, hell no, Chris. You getting this ass whooping. I remember telling my teacher, she basically told me to tee up and not be a bitch. I was like, hello, help me. Not a desperate punishment. I had to, bro. He got a desperation ass whooping that day. Sent? Alright. Like, he got a desperation ass whooping. Hell, I was not fighting my dad. Fuck all that. Oh! Lance Reddick. Bro, Skratsx crying, beating his ass, saying I'm sorry. I had to. It's 12, I'm gonna eat lunch. Alright. Bro stole from me and thought I wouldn't spend. You have to. I'm offered to take me out of school if I rock someone, but I was pacifist like. Only time I checked someone was when money was involved. I can see that.
What's up with claymation? Like, what's up with it?
Oh yeah, bro.
What's up with it?
No, I was a bad stealer, not gonna lie. I told my stealing story on here.
That's cool. Here's the thing.
I stole from every store.
Give a shit.
I feel like every kid has that.
Baseball.
Did that bitch just spit? He did.
This is what I want to talk about. Not that. No, yeah, I didn't want to talk about that. We're talking about baseball.
Rewind that.
Yeah.
Oh.
You look fantastic, sir. Have a seat, yeah. Alone from night to night, you find me.
The mall, the gas station, I didn't care. Yeah, they did, Illy. They did.
What's up with claymation? Like, what's up?
I stole from the rich kids and then sold their stuff. Where I stole so much shit. I feel like every kid kind of goes through that, right? Almost every kid has that arc.
That's cool. Here's the thing. I don't give a shit about baseball. It's boring.
All right.
Wait, this is what I want to talk about. Not that. No, yeah, I didn't want to talk about that. We're talking about baseball?
About baseball?
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
That bitch disgusting. Yeah.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I went through that arc for a long time. I stole one time, my mom saw it, and I was like, okay, never again. Yeah, that's typically how it's not. If you get caught, it's up for you.
All over the ladies.
It's up for you. I never stole from people's houses, though. Me neither. Never steal from mom and pop places, only from big chains. Yeah. I used to steal shit from GameStop. Okay, here comes the best part. Bet.
Lance Reddick.
The ending's the best part. When he slammed the desk.
Yeah, that was.
What the fuck?
That was intense.
Yeah.
Yep, GameStop can handle that lot. Exactly.
More embarrassing than AIDS.
Wait for it? Okay.
Probably.
Yeah.
I wish I would have Burton. I wish I would have Burton.
What the?
Where's my iconic slave role? Hey, motherfucker. I wish I would have Burton. All y'all. All y'all. Warp speed, don't rainbow read me now.
Oh my god, bro. That part was good. Yo, rest in peace, bro. Rest in peace, bro. That was good. Warp speed, don't rainbow read me now. Oh man. Wait, Jazzy said I got caught at the beauty supply once. It was lip gloss. I took 2 of them, and she thought I only had 1. So I was still able to leave with something. There you go. That was funny. That was a good link. LeVar Burton did the same thing. Did he? I love LeVar Burton. Even though I didn't watch Reading Rainbow. Bruce said I wish I was Lance Reddick. I'll send it to you. Okay. Let's see. Oh shit.
Watch for heavy weapons.
There's so many. Heal up. Got her.
Okay.
Oh shit. How the fuck? Oh shit. Hurry, Shepard. Thank God. The way he came out was funny as fuck. It really was. I was not expecting that. The only time I got caught stealing was when I legit wasn't trying to steal. Spent 7 days in Myrtle Beach jail because the sunglasses I wanted to buy were on my head and I was too stoned to remember to give them to the clerk. Ooh. Oh, you sent it? All right.
God,
That's rough. That's tough, Cursed.
I wish I was Lance Reddick.
I wish I was Lance Reddick. I wish I was.
That's tough, bro.
LeVar Burton.
7 days for sunglasses is crazy.
Oh, hey. That's ASAP Ferg.
7 days is crazy. For some sunglasses, that's wild. Oh shit. Not expecting that. Myrtle Beach is full of corrupt cops and judges. They sentenced me to 20 days over $25. Yeah, $25 to... That's fucking wild. He says, and now the meme is complete. Oh shit. We're dead here. Oh, we saved it. We're not dead. We're not dead. I thought I was. That's fucking wild. That's absolutely crazy. Oh shit. For $25 fucking dollars? That's insane. See ya. Especially over damn shade, I'm saying. They woke us up at 5:30 a.m. and brought us before the judge with no representation and asked if we pleaded guilty or not guilty. I said not guilty. He went, you're guilty and get 20 days in county. Jesus. What the fuck? What the fuck? That's wild. Yeah, that's super illegal too. That's crazy. What the fuck? It's really for profit prisons out there, so judges on the take. Yep. That's crazy, bro. Jesus. That's insane. I remember one time I had this friend James in high school, and his mom went to jail for a month for a parking ticket. That's what I'm saying? Yeah. Unless you're white, then it's just illegal. I'm a skinny white guy. Yeah, it's okay, map. What's going on? Like, I would have told the judge to eat a dick. You have to. Yeah, like, my friend James, he was like, yo, my mom, she got one speeding ticket and couldn't pay it, and they sent her to jail for a month. Sup, my cricket? Wow, we were just talking about racism, and you came here with the cricket. Cricket? Okay, bringing back the old school stuff, huh? I see you. For a parking ticket, that's fucked up. Yeah, she went to jail for a month. Oops, my fault. Did someone say racism? Where's the moon? That guy never came back. I didn't even ban him. I just timed him out for a really long time.
Spread your matter to the sea.
For like a week. Oswald never made his return. All the faces of the moon. Oswald never came back. Damn. I'm probably the only one who didn't ban him for stuff like that. He saw all the different sayings and was like, I'm out. Yeah, he's like, there's too many damn minorities in this chat. They laughed at Moon Cricket. They're different minorities. Lucky they're able to come back after that Reese's racism. Did someone say minorities? Them damn I need an eagle sound. I'm gonna steal it from JoJo the Mofo. He's like, not those damn colors laughing at my racism. They're supposed to be upset. How dare they laugh? Know thy place. They laugh at their own slurs. They're built different. They were like, oh no. Okay, that's one. Oswald has been in about 45 different... Yeah, he's definitely been in more than one stream. How many streams do you think he's been through and got perma-banned? And he's like, damn, watch this one. Nah, just the perfect soundbite for racism is South Park. They took her gerbs. I love that episode. They took her gerbs. I know Oswald was perplexed that day. He was like, what the hell? Why aren't you angry? Anger feeds my racism. You know? Looking, growing up brown and poor. I've been called every name in the book at this point. I'm just like, say it. You know what you want to call me.
Right flank.
Especially if you played sports. You played sports? Holy. In Texas? Huh. Now I'm even more racist. Them damn laughing coloreds. Oh. Okay. I know what I want to call you. I got called nothing. I was loved. Yeah, I got called so many names. Oh, we did it. Yeah, Lev, you're lucky, bro. You're lucky. I've been called a ton. People are racist to me, but use the wrong racial slurs and stuff. Yeah. Brawly, look, niggas are wilded. Skratsx was cricket, though. You know how they get. Yeah, he's like, they. Online, though, they hit that shit on the dot. Online, the online anger is a little different than in person. Obviously, people are bolder. What you mean, they?
Man's reach exceeding his grasp. Come on, I'll explain.
Pretty good mission. What's up, J Bell? How are you? How are you?
You owe us that explanation.
This is Project.
I never really got anything bad. I only got, oh my god, I just went on vacation. I'm almost as dark as you. Not those kids. Not those kids. I hate it though. Look, we're the same color now. You literally have your own version of that emote. Yeah, why didn't you use that? Some can't wait to press shift in online. Yeah. What do you mean, you people? Those kids are the worst. I hated those. The thing that I get the most now is people go, "Can I touch your hair? Oh my god. I've never seen hair like that. Can I touch your hair?" It's crazy. And I was at the store once with my mom, and I turned around as a lady was mid-reach to touch my hair. And I turned around and she just ran. It was strange. I've never seen hair like that. It's wild.
To see what you'd call a disaster.
It's wild. She was literally like this. And I turned around and she took off. And I was like, she was trying to touch my hair.
Volunteered to serve as a test subject.
I've never seen hair like that. Yeah. Yeah, flaunt your emotes, Lev. What the fuck?
Works and sees in control of any technology he finds.
Can I touch your hair, Skratsx? I prefer that people don't.
Imagine if his
you know.
program got off world.
Some people have asked, and I'll be like, why are you asking to pet me like I'm some kind of animal? Do I look like an animal to you? And they feel really awkward. But I'm joking.
We couldn't be
Can I grab your hair when we test the bed I'm built you? Yes.
Not the abomination David has become.
Yes.
David,
that's me, but with my cheeks.
fortified itself in the
What?
laboratory at Atlas Station. It's in
What?
lockdown now.
No BS though. People ask if it's real. Yeah, I feel like that happens a lot, especially if it's braided.
Security from our facilities in the Prometheus and Vulcan stations.
And what happens?
Which cheeks left? Yeah, like, did we yank Lena and Diana fell asleep? Yo, J-Bell, can you bully Lev into uploading the fucking gameplay to YouTube so I can catch up? Can you tell her to upload the VODs, please? People be like, it's because I'm input race. And with no hesitation, I say yes. Lev, you get asked if your cheeks hair is real. Band camp was traumatic.
Heading out now.
The other stations are all within driving distance. Best of luck, Commander.
Okay, not going there. Anything else? This one time in band camp, you know how it goes. Upload the fucking VOD so Skratsx. Thank you. She still hasn't uploaded from the first Life is Strange. Like, she's still just holding the videos from the first Life is Strange. Talking about, oh, but I need to edit them. Oh, just upload the videos. I mean, upload the videos, Lev. Upload them. Upload those videos so I can see them. Why would she release evidence of her murders? Damn, that's a good point. I didn't think of that. No wonder. I understand wanting to edit them though. No, I know. But I still need, I'm like, just be like Dante. Just upload them shits. I need to watch. Because then I fell behind and I was like, I can't watch on stream because I have no idea who these people are. You know? Like, just start with Life is Strange 1. Upload some. Dante literally walks away for 5 minutes and keeps it in the upload. That's what I'm saying. He will literally be gone, and there'll be like an 8-minute clip of him just gone, and you just see chat on the screen. And those videos go crazy. I am Bam, the below average Mexican male, and I am your host. Thank you for hosting. Thank you for hosting. Oh, I'm supposed to get in a hammerhead. My fault. I'm lost in the story too. I just pop in, give the most out of pocket advice ever. Yeah, like I'm like, what's happening here? I want Skratsx to call me colored. You want to be called colored, boy? I'll call you colored. Skratsx probably has the white pillowcase in his closet, huh? I mean, chat is like fast forward YouTube. Yeah. They're like, hey, he's gone, fast forward. He'll pull up a whole nother video mid watching one video and leave it in. This is not where I wanted. Okay. Good to know. That's definitely not the way. He's funny. I honestly like that he does that. I think it's funny. Don't put this VOD on YouTube. Oh, it's going. Racism is bad, guys, but I wouldn't mind if Skratsx was calling me certain things while hitting me from the back. Yeah, we love driving. Yeah, we got off course. Yep. I'm just following the arrow here. Actually, no, do it. We have to. All the VODs get uploaded. They all get uploaded. You know, then they're here the next day. Don't follow the Bing GPS. Yeah, it's just leading me off cliffs. It's like, go this way, and takes me straight off a cliff. And we streaming on Kick so I can see that thing. Bing chilling. I love that reference. Am I gonna have to... I missed. Oh, they got lucky. Well, yeah, I missed by a little bit. Let's see. Oh, a little too high. What is this? How do I get out? What the? The moon side by side remind me of your... Oh my god, I didn't know the moon thing was a slur. Yep, it is. It is. Alt F4 to get out. Oh, I'll try. No one told me. Yeah, we've just been kind of throwing it out there, you know? We can do that here. You know? What? Yeah, it is. If you're ever interested in slurs, hit me up. I got you. So that's exactly how we reacted, because we were like, what? Calm down, Strange. The crickets don't care. It was so old school that I told my parents, and they were like, what the fuck is that? We've never heard that. And my parents were getting rocks thrown at their school bus going to school type racism. Like, I'd never seen... Oh, yeah, let's pull up the meme. Discord is over here. Let's pull up the meme. Oswald got to be 90. 100%. He's got to be, like, before Brown versus Board of Education. Let's scroll up. Every time I see this cursed, beating the heat. Oh. He doesn't know what that is, Skratsx. Man avoids anything brown. What? Beating the heat. Let's see. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Because Oswald, it's okay. I don't know a lot of Mexican slurs. I'm just used to be called illegal or border hopper. My favorite slur comes from Wendy's. Wendy's, no, I know. Like this one, I want this on a t-shirt and no one will get it except our community. This would be so funny, but I know we couldn't put it on a shirt. That'd be great. Or, yep. We know that one. That's what I die. That should be your merch drop. Baconator isn't a slur. Yeah, like we need to drop this on a hoodie. I'm gonna wear it to work. Yeah, wear that to work, Lev. See what they say. See what they say. What if they start calling themselves that? She also has a reeb. What the fuck you said? Yeah, they'll just read your hoodie. You'll be at work. Oh, that's a good HR complaint. That's how you bait a lawsuit. I legit can't ever wear that though. Yeah, we'd have to get you one just with a cricket emoji or a moon. You choose. You know, with Oswald. Nah, we got him. Yeah. So on the back, cursed, we'll put he has the pass with like my face like this. Yeah, it'll be like he has the pass. Wear it at home. I'm Moon Cricket adjacent. You know, that's the easiest way. That's how we have to go about that, I think. We're good. It'll say on the front, and they'll be like, "What you say?" And you have to turn around. You'll be like, "Wait." The Michael guy won the ops battle. Did he? What was the winning song? It'll come in the package like a badge. Exactly. Oh, you got the pass? Was worried for a second. They'll be like, "Whew." I got knocked out like a round or two after you left. That was a cool ops battle, though. I like that. I enjoyed it. That was cool.
Scanning area. Analysis. VI infection is present within plant machinery. Advise caution.
I hate that we have a driving quest. Last round was the best of 3, and the artists were Kyle, Rich, Babytron, JID, versus D-Dot, Chief Keef, and Ian Triple. Glad they sent it. If not, I'd have to cancel. Yeah, glad they sent that. Can I fly over this? Yep, we can. See? How do you get Chief Keef and fucking lose? I have no idea, bro. I feel like that's an easy win. Okay, that's not gonna work. Good.
Analysis. Vending stations provide adequate velocity to enhance vehicle lift.
This course is kind of stupid. There we go. Blow it up. To be honest, Lev needs to be canceled for talking a high suicide risk off a roof. True. That's it. You lost the pass. Nah, but it got hectic towards the end. The girl that was yelling lashed out at me, and someone did the dumbest shit you can do to a girl and asked her if it was her time of the month, bro. Jesus. Yeah, that's Jesus, dude. Is this the right way or is the other way? Made bro apologize because that was out of pocket even for us. Yeah, good making him apologize there. That's wild. The fuck? I don't know what that does. And I'm racist anyway. No. Jump. Nah. Nah. No, I don't have to take shit from a bunch of crickets. I need that eagle sound. I need it. Okay, so we're gonna have... Okay, we're playing Frogger. Make it, please. Got it. Make it. Make it. Boom. First try, easy. What is the best racial slur you've ever heard? America, fuck yeah, coming to save the motherfucking day. America. Can I get out here? Or? Yeah, alright, get out. Yo, I'm illegal. Get it right all of the other brow. I just like the N-word. Really rolls off the tongue. He trying to get bruh canceled. I think you hear the wildest stuff if you play sports. I like online too, but like, you know, I feel like it's extra wild when they say it in person. Nuclear fusion? Exactly. Facts? Yeah, you know. You get it. Talk about anything progressive in an old game, expect racism. Exactly. 100%. Like, Texas football? Yeah, you hear it. You hear it. Texas high school football, they really bring it. They bring more than just fandom. They have like a whole list of slurs. I'm gonna be lurking. Bet. I've never experienced racist stuff when playing sports. I have, but I also live in Texas, so if you play sports, it's even worse. Yeah, here in Texas, it's a little different. It is funny in game. I agree. Yeah, you're in Brooklyn. I don't think that in Brooklyn it's at, you know, we're here in the South. Hey, Texas ain't that bad. Lev, you weren't playing sports like that. Sports really draws out the race 100%. 100%. Yeah, Lev, what are you talking about? What do you mean? Where's the C? I draw out the racism. It's just because you are, cricket, that you face it. Look, my favorite thing to do is speak Spanish, then hear old white side dash MAGA. Then I'm like, mama, I'm bilingual, so calm down. If I was in Demon Slayer, I'd have racist breathing. Watching people's faces when someone speaks another language is hilarious to me. Look, in New York, you're going to say a curse word every 2 seconds. Exactly. But in the South, you know, down here, in good old Texas, you're going to hear a few slurs. Or you're going to hear you're not like the others. You'll hear that a good bit. Or, you're one of the good ones. That's another one you'll hear. It's not the South without racism. Exactly. It'll be weird if it wasn't here. My mom get mad at me for cursing by cursing at me. That's how they get. You know, they'll be like, stop fucking cussing. Right? You'll be like, bro, you're one of the good ones is my all-time favorite. Oh yeah, you're so articulate. That's another one. That is another one you'll get. Good call. Like, thanks, I get you. You know, you're one of the good ones. You're so articulate. I guess I'm going back. I think. Good to say to a toddler. Exactly. Exactly. Alright, let's go back up, I guess. If I can get up. There we go. Perfect. Ever heard you act white and afterwards they say something about that being good? Yeah. Or that I sound like I talk it, which is crazy to me. You're the right shade of brown or you don't sound Mexican. I've heard you're not too dark. I've heard that one before too. That's wild. That was absolutely crazy. Yeah, but I get that from black people. Yeah, true. You get that from all sides. As a white guy, it's not good. Where? Let's counter racism, guys. How do we do that? Also, yo, where do I? Can't even use the map. Locate the overextras. Violence. True. That will stop. Say the opposite of what they said. Okay. Okay. So if they say, you're one of the good ones, you go, nah. I'm one of the bad ones. And see what happens. You know? The faces that you'll get for that. I counter racism by calling people crickets. I counter it by just laughing. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's probably not the best, but a lot of the times it is low-key kind of funny to me. You know, as long as it's not like super out of pocket. You're not the right shade of brown, or you sound Mexican. Sounds good. I might try that. I'm actually one of the bad. Yeah, they go, you're one of the good ones, you know? And I'll be like, nah, nigga. I'm one of the bad ones. And just see what they say. You know, I'm like that. Then see what happens. I counter by dragging their ass to the curb and stomping that off. That also works. But you know, then when they're in the hospital and they have their memory back, they be like, those damn colors. Say it while reaching for a gun. That's exactly how you counter it. You know? Like, nah, I just stole your job, so how good am I now? See, you get it. Be like, nah, Nick. I'm one of the bad ones. One of the worst ones, to be honest. You feel me? So, run them pockets. Or else, my boy. This it? Up. We're dead here. We're dead. Yeah, thanks. Thanks. I don't know where we're supposed to go. There's no map. Give them subtle threats. They say you're one of the good ones. Say, let's see if I'm one of the good ones when I knock on your door at 6:30 p.m. tomorrow. I like that. Just say, nah, Wonder Bread. Find out what I am. Starts taking off pants. I'll hit them so hard they wake up in Elder Scrolls. Greetings, traveler. Where am I going? There's no map. Where's Legate? He said he's eating lunch. Remember, 90% of the fights go to the ground. True. Let's go up this way. Maybe? Did I come from this way? You were caught trying to cross the border too? Oh my God, look what I have. What is that? You can do it. Just pretend you're deaf. I do that a lot. When people talk to me at stores, I just I did come down this way. So I came down this way. I have to get out. No. It's a chode. Lev, why do you keep spelling that wrong? Why do you keep spelling it wrong, bro? Okay. What is it? There's an E, bro. You spelled chod. Did I already do this? Color me racist, but I hate white women and women. What? What? It's a dick, Skratsx. How about that? Thank you. And men. Oh, you hate people. Is what you're telling me. Why did that sound like a channel point redemption? I legitimately thought that was a channel point redemption for a second. Matter of fact, fuck everybody. That's what I'm getting from this. I thought this was a... Yo, it's Bean Man. Bean. Thank you for the daily redemption. We love Bean. I love when people say, oh my God, you're Spanish? No, pendeja, soy Mexicano. Like the Spanish oppressed my people. Why would I want to be them? Does that not sound like a channel point redemption? I literally looked over and I was like, yo, what is that? That's what I'm saying. Normally I go to class and say, fuck a certain group of people, and I say fuck orphans to an orphan in my class without knowing they're an orphan. Interesting. Interesting. Still no map. 14 times. Man, 2 weeks, huh? 2 weeks. Maybe it's this way? Yeah, we're just lost at this point. We're just lost. Like, I have no idea where we're supposed to go. Because there's no map. This no map is dumb. Oh, maybe we're going... Wait, did Left say Chod? Yeah, she did. She said Chod. That's why I was like, what is that? It's Chod. Exactly. She first time she spelled it C-H-U-D. Since we're being racist, can we watch that clip I sent you? It's not TOS. Which clip? I don't think. If you don't think, I'm not gonna take the I'm not gonna take the risk. I'll ruin you. Yeah, famous last words. That's how you're gonna see me on that Twitter of streamers getting banned. Take the risk, take it. I'm just not taking it. You know, I just can't. You're gonna see me on that Twitter. Shut up before I start making calls. What? What are you, bro? Where do I go? Yeah, make the call. Let me see. I think you would recognize if you saw the thumbnail. Let me see. Oh, yeah, we can watch this. It's Arthur.
I saw him with mine own eyes depart ye old yarn yurt with a pink woolen thread, most shameful.
Yeah, this is Arthur. It's fine.
It's not pink. It's fuchsia. Oh. He's a knitter.
He's a knitter.
No, I'm not a knitter. No.
Oh, that was a good link. On our story tonight, yeah, they're gonna be like, oh, what is this clip? Have you never seen that clip? He's a knitter. You gotta make that a sound. Yeah, make it a sound. He's a knitter. A knitter. I'm not a knitter. I'm not. Yo, should I have that command in case we get another like racist person through here? I'm not a knitter. I'm not. I'm not a knitter. Okay. So I don't think this is Jesus. You may be racist, but I'm more racist. I'm putting that in one of my next videos for absolutely no reason. That's just so funny. I'm not a knitter. Please make it a sound. I need to. I need to. LML reported. Reported. I'd be like, no, it's knitter. Hard T. Hard T. Command. I'm not a knitter. I'm not a knitter. I'm not. I'm not a knitter. Please. Yeah, we're dead here. We blew up. Oh, please. We did it. What? Damn. That's funny. I love that. I gotta watch it one more time. One more time. One more.
I saw him with mine own eyes depart ye old yarn yurt with a pink woolen thread, most shameful.
I need more people to harass. Hit me up if you need someone someone harassing you.
He's a knitter.
Knitter. Puritans were the OG haters? They were.
No, I'm not a knitter. No.
I'm not a knitter. I'm not. What kills me is the fact he wakes up. I'm not a knitter. I'm not a knitter. I'm not a knitter. Okay. I think we're good. Ball right here. Right here. Jump. 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 Right there. We did it. Clip this out of context. I'm not a knitter. Lev is harassing me. Please harass her. You're still an overlord? Yeah, there's no map. So it makes it kind of confusing to navigate. What you mean you know you love it? I'm not. I'm just going to start saying that randomly too. If I still use the actual ringtone instead of leaving my phone on vibrate, that would 100% be my ringtone. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do with these. Oh, there's something along the way. Google it. Wait. What you mean you know you love it? I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to Google these. Oh, there's multiple. We're dead here. We're dead here. Yep, my ship blew up. I hope you spawn in the middle of an ocean each time you make a new Minecraft world. Damn. Damn. No, it didn't. Respawn me back here, bro. I'd rather be called a knitter. It's knitter with a K, Lev. You gotta hop and shoot? I think so. I hate this. I'm not a fan of this DLC quest. I know, but in is better. No, it's hard T, bro. Hard T. If I was getting biscuits and gravy out of it, I'd be fine, but I ain't. 360 no scope with the ship. I hate these. I hope every time you put sneakers on, there are little rocks in it. Damn, I hated that. Damn, I hated that. Okay. Let's jump down here. May all your bacon burn. Damn. That's... Damn. Okay, we made it here. Good. Till you do right by me. I'm not gonna lie, this DLC kind of sucks. Kind of don't want to do this. Okay, I got a similar. Okay, send it. Shit. Hello, ship. Fill up. Yeah, keep them coming. It's Pokemon? Bet. Bet. I have my DMs open. Oh, he's a knitter. It's just so funny. I'm not a knitter. I'm not. Got it.
In the nicker of time. Nicker of time.
I'm not a knitter.
Two trainers ending their battle with a warm handshake. Now that's true. In the nicker of time.
Oh my god.
Two trainers ending
It gets
their battle
better?
with a warm
Okay.
handshake. Now that's true sportsmanship.
Bro, been walking blind every episode, nigga. Open your eyes.
Could get so big. What do you mean, Max?
This is the only version of that video that exists? Really?
16 inches tall and weighs only 8 pounds. That's a whole lot smaller than that, Zigzagoon.
Well, I'm sure there are a number of reasons
Oh
for
my god,
that.
it's a
like what
coon
Zigzagoon
Pokemon.
eats.
Look at that. There's about a zillion more of them. But they're much smaller.
They knew. That's why this is the only video. Someone said Knickers and looked right at me.
Is extremely curious, and so ends up walking a zigzag path between things that
They live right here in this forest.
I don't think I want to be called. Wait, what?
So tell us, why were you dressed in that zigzagoon suit? I guess you still
He can only say
I
K
wear it
stuff.
to become one with the Pokemon and to learn their inner feelings. As soon as I know exactly
How
the
far
way
back?
they're thinking, it's easy to capture them.
So you do that to catch Pokemon?
Yeah, I want to challenge the Petalburg gym leader, but first I want to catch a Zigzagoon. They
Little
live
further.
right here in this
Old shorts.
I don't think I want to be called a Balker.
now.
I just hold on. I heard it.
Brock. It's really nice to meet you, May and Max. Yes, those are two very worthy names for Knickerbockers.
Excuse me. Listen, we are not wearing knickers. These are plain old shorts.
I don't think I want to be called a Balker.
Now,
He just
calm
wants to be
down.
called
There's
Knicker.
No use getting your knickers
That's
in a
it.
bundle.
He just wants to
Why
be
are
a
you dressed
knicker.
in that Zigzagoon suit?
This mother
I guess
heifer
you
is
still
just
don't
a
get it.
furry.
I wear it
He
to
is.
become one with the Pokemon and to learn their inner feelings. As
I don't
soon
want
as
to be
I
a
know
Balker.
exactly
I'm
the way they're
100%
thinking, it's easy to
Knicker.
capture them.
So you do that
No.
to catch Pokemon?
Yeah, I want to challenge the Petalburg gym leader, but first I want to catch a Zigzagoon.
man.
They live right here in this forest.
Petalburg Gym, huh?
I want to be a real Knicker.
Fallon, our dad.
Your dad?
Their dad's
You
the
know,
gym leader at the Petalburg Gym, so
a
that's
real
who you'll
one.
be up against.
You're kidding me. Hey, I have an idea.
I'm just
Let me
waiting for him to
battle
call
the two of
Brock
you.
one.
Huh?
If you two are the children of a real gym leader, then I'm sure battling you guys would be great practice for me. Besides that, I'd like to check out your skills as a trainer.
Maybe you should go check out something else.
Don't be modest.
I love how
Show
this
him,
went
eh?
from Mass
I
Effect to
can't wait
Mass
to battle.
Defect.
So
You know
come
how
on
it is
then,
here.
Let's go.
You know how it goes here.
I don't think I'll be able to.
What's wrong, May? Don't tell me you're afraid to battle with me.
Me afraid? Okay, I accept your challenge. Hey, mate, are you sure about this?
Yeah, it'll be good experience for her.
Just turn this into making fun of racism stream. That's what we're about here, you know.
Has to be against someone who's such a weirdo. Hey, mate, try thinking about the battle, okay?
Okay, the rest is the battle. The rest is the battle. The rest is the battle. I love that. I don't want to be a Balker. I want to be 100% real. A real Nick Kerr. Did y'all know niggardly is a legit word? Is it? I just want to be a knicker. Okay, I think that's it. Go to 625. Okay. It means stingy? I didn't know that. Interesting. Okay.
I'll bet getting a badge at the Petalburg gym will be a piece of cake.
Take that back.
But first I have to catch a Zigzagoon. Then once I've bagged that little creature, getting my badge will be a walk in the park. So long, my two fellow Knickerbockers.
So long, my fellow knickers. I looked it up a while ago because I'm racist. That's crazy. Of course it means stingy. I'm going to use that word today. Maybe I'll go to the store and ask for a discount and be like, don't be so niggardly. Oh, we're blowing up. No. Wait, maybe we'll live. Oh, we did it. We lived. Good. Love how that fire just went out. Just so y'all know, I'm playing you out loud and they hear it. I'm questioning. My fault. We're talking about vocab. The Donald Glover specials are great too. I love Donald Glover's stand-up. Okay, so we can't go that way. So we have to go back down. Look here, Nick Kerr. Why are you being so niggardly? Damn crickets are acting like knitters now. We're expanding our vocabulary. Yeah. It's word of the day. You know? My phone gave me that lesson. Okay, so we have to go opposite. Please. Okay, not good. Okay. Good. 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 We're making progress. Good. We did it. Can I get out here or no? They heard racism like 10 times. My fault. My fault, Illy. I can't read that without feeling that word. I read that in my head and I'm steering myself into the police. Only option, honestly. You know? Okay. It's a little too quiet in this building. Oh, I thought that was a person. Okay. Thank you for moving that. Medkit. Need that. What a great stream so far, huh? Learned a word, you know. Good word of the day. Y'all some bad influences. It's honestly all Lev. This whole thing started because of Lev. The best, I know. Like this is what we're here for. You know? It's all Lev's fault. I just came in saying hi. Yeah. That's just not true. That's just not accurate. Blame Lev. It is Lev's fault. Okay, that wasn't good.
Go for the optics, Tatika. Go for the optics.
You crickets took it too far. Yeah, see? There you go. There you go again. Putting your Oswald cosplay on. Love these drones. Oh, shit. I didn't even notice him here. What's up, bro? Oh my God, conspiracy? I was Oswald this whole time. I wouldn't be surprised. That's just like your type. That would not be surprising in the slightest. That's why he hasn't been back. That's why he hasn't been back, because it's been Lev the whole time. Lev wants to fuck Oswald. Confirmed, 100%. It makes sense. It's the only thing that makes sense, to be honest. I loved Oswald. We know. So Oswald is Lev's burner account. It is. So she did research and discovered that slur. What am I supposed to? Okay. Got it. Ooh, 1,500 credits. We love that. Oswald comes back, says you knickers better put some respect on America and my name. Lev killed JFK. Oh, yeah. That would make sense too. Lev is the conspiracy theories. She's the one that started all of them. Every single one. Oswald is tripping. What is that? Lev is JFK. I need the eagle sound. Remind me, Lev, to put the eagle sound.
Do you know the way?
Do you know the way? I know the way. Call! Yeah, we need that. I need that sound. Yeah, we need. Thank you. Thank you. Call!
Yes. Nice.
Boom.
Drop that drone away.
FBI, open up!
That one too. That's because Lev is JFK. That's specifically for Lev because she's JFK. They thought they had him. Oh shit. Please. Stop shooting, please. This is not good. This is not good. Love that one. Good mix. This is not good. Oh shit.
I was being fair. I didn't say, yo, Kate, you lying bitch. I don't believe.
Oh shit. We kill it? We did. Good shit. Lev is from Area 51. She has always been a little strange. I thought it was because we were poor. Yo, Lev, that just reminded me. We were talking about favorite poor kid memory. What's your favorite poor kid memory? What's your favorite poor kid memory? We were talking about that earlier. Nah, Kate should be 100 and no limit. The whole stream will just be Kate. It'll just be Kate on repeat. I wasn't a poor kid. Okay, buddy. Yes, you were, bruh. I wasn't a poor kid. Look at her. Look at her like I wasn't there. Come on, Lev. Be real. What's your favorite poor kid moment? No, that was your broke ass. Okay. Okay. Here we go. CC. Boom. She had all her knitters with her, showing she's been fake as hell since day one. I'm saying, exclamation mark Lev. What is it shooting? Yep, there it is. You those poor kids in denial about being poor. Yeah, I'm not poor. I hate it here. No, you don't. Come on, Lev. What is it? Engineering is bullshit. True. I wasn't poor. My family was. I wasn't poor. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I hear you, Doctor. We've hit the override at Vulcan Station and are moving on.
Oh, shit.
Shepard out.
Thanks, Tally. Appreciate you, Tally. Lev being fake, not unusual. Common Lev L. What? I never felt poor. It's not about feeling poor. What's your favorite poor memory? Shit was just life. True. But what was your favorite one? Was it... If I had to guess what Lev's is, it may have been when we didn't have electricity for a little bit and we had to cook eggs on the grill. We'd like make breakfast on the grill. It's about recognizing the poor, not feeling the poor. Exactly.
Vulcan Station was a success.
Yeah, you remember that.
To go to Prometheus Station and override the lockdown from there.
Mm-hmm.
Good luck.
Cooking breakfast on the grill because our electricity was out. Always good. Or when we played cards by candlelight. Yep. Good shit. So you were poor. Or because it was hot, and you know how it is in Texas summers, we all slept on the floor by the window because that was the coolest place. You know, the good times. You know what I'm saying? See, embrace it. Exactly. It was fun. It was fun, bro. Okay. Or when our washer machine broke and we couldn't get a new one, so Dad moved the washer machine into the kitchen and hooked the water hose up to the sink and filled the washer machine with water and would turn the thing like this so that it would wash all the clothes. Good times. We're all from poverty here, exactly. You know? We're all in the come up here. You know what I'm saying? Poverty gang, you know how it is. You know how it is. Hanging your clothes in the living room because the dryer broke. Yep. You know, the good times. Okay, so it's telling me to go this way, but that thing is closed. Good times, I'm saying. Like, few better times out there. Dude, we had a freaking protocol for charging our shit too. Yep. Skratsx would download. Yep. I had a. That's how I learned my my pirates. That's how I became a pirate. Sleeping on the floor because your family can't afford a bedroom for everyone. Yep. My bedroom was a dining room. It was a tiny dining room where I could fit my bed. Good times, you know. Okay. You're supposed to... Like, where... I just don't trust this direction system now. Do I have to go around? Let's try going around. LimeWire, yep. And FrostWire. The God combo. What a combo. And every once in a while with LimeWire, I'd try to download something and I'd get that FBI virus where it's like, your computer is going to be locked because until you pay this money for this. I just wiped the whole fucking computer. I didn't give a fuck. I was like, fuck it. Wipe it. I'll start over. The fuck? You think you got me? White, buddy. The fuck? Like, ain't no worries here, bro. I'm not paying shit. Am I losing all my files? LimeWire will teach me again. I remember which one not to download. Good times. Tally. Love to see it. You know, you had to. Bro, washing at the laundromat with your Game Boy in red and rushing to your mom. We did the laundromat a few times. You didn't pay attention to the files themselves. Cop yourself an extra exe file. Yeah. I was just downloading. You know, I was like, oh, that sounds cool. I'm downloading. Next thing I know, this computer's been taken over by the FBI. And I was like, you thought, buddy. Wipe that shit. I downloaded and made my own CD to wipe shit. I was like, you're not taking my computer. Hell no.
Prometheus Station is a crashed Geth ship full of dormant machines used in our experiment. Our people there have gone silent. It's likely the VI...
Had I known to look for exe files, I probably would have never ran into that issue.
Scanning area. Analysis. Generators are providing power for main shield. Warning. The VI infection has assumed control of the Geth cannon.
What?
Warning. We are being targeted.
What the fuck just happened? No, that was a scam. The feds would just show up and arrest you. That's what I figured. I was like, they're not getting me. I'll wipe this whole fucking computer. I probably did it like 4 or 5 times before I started like actually looking out. Yo, Skratsx was a gangster. You know, I was about that life. I was like, I'm like that, my boy. I don't know where to go. Okay. Okay. Scare tactics get old people and shit? Yeah. He's like, fuck it, pull up. I was just like, hey, okay. Somehow I have to hide from this fucking cannon. I was like, fuck it. Okay. Let's see. Plus, I really wanted my show. I'm allergic to clean my room. Bet. Bet. Want lunch? Oh, yeah, text me. I gotta figure out this fucking cannon. This quest kind of sucks. Fuck. I should be safe behind here, right? Let's see. Nope. We're not safe behind the column. We learned. We learned. Not that spot. Maybe on top of the column. This fucking cannon, bruh. I have to take out each of these ones individually, but I have to survive every single cannon launch. Just seen Downey Unstoppable's commercial that had DMX playing. I love DMX. Are Downey Unstoppables those laundry bead things? Right? Yeah. I love those. That'd be a good commercial if it's got DMX playing. Where do I go? Let's back up some. Oh shit. Yeah, we're in the circle. We're fucked. Yep. Maybe I'll try to fly across the way. Can't hide that one. I had 3 computers when I was in high school. One my parents bought me that I played CS and StarCraft on. Then I had 2 I bought myself with Coke money. One was a burner that connected to the internet, and I would wipe and change MAC addresses on to search for shit on the web. And the third was never connected to the internet and only had a single text file on it. What was... I'm curious about the text file. Was that just like just in case? Alright, let's zoom across. The Arcanist cookbook. Ah. I can't leave this area. Oh shit. Okay. We lived. We lived. I have to stand by one to get the shield down. Got it. Lock on, buddy. Lock on. I'm right here. Lock on. All right. Oh, this actually makes it easier. Okay, got it. I get how to beat it now. I'm curious about where you be getting Coke money. This makes it so much easier. Come on, lock on. Over here. Lock on. So one more. Now there's one more. Over here. From my rich friend who was a Coke dealer and gave me free Coke that I would sell to teachers and students and stuff. I used to sell in high school. I was busy on Friday night football days. I was on the field. I never did that. I'll be honest with you. Shit, we're dead. Oh, we made it. We made it. Jesus, this cannon's insane. We did it. The players were some of the biggest buyers. I'd imagine so. I was a percussionist in the drumline. Drumline kids were so fucking cool. The teachers was buying it. I wouldn't be surprised if teachers were buying. There's some wild teachers, bro. There's some wild teachers. There's some wild teachers out there. The only thing that happened with my teachers is they hit a kid. They never like bought drugs or anything like that. But they hit a kid. One bought coke for me exclusively so we could fuck more. Yo, what is this? Okay, can't shoot it. Here we go. No.
Hanging around all these dormant machines is creepy. It's like dead staring at us from the shadows.
Teachers fuck students way more than people realize? Oh, yeah. That is true. That's true. You know what? You right. They have enough stress with children, they wouldn't mind staring into a damn wall. True. Not all of them by far, but it's way more common than people think. Did you see that story about the one teacher who got pregnant by a 13-year-old kid and she got like no jail time and people are livid. Absolutely livid. I saw that recently. I think it was like a week ago. What the fuck? No? Hold on. I'll show you. Teacher. Lock that bitch up. Yeah, she got no time. That's 2017. I need the recent one. Yeah, it's recent. It's this lady. Let me see. So, it's this lady right here. She's pregnant with a 13-year-old kid, and she got no jail time. Like, no jail time at all. That was crazy. At first, I thought it was like a fake story. But no. She's just, she took a plea deal to avoid jail. Like a teacher who buys coke and fucks a teacher, it gotta hit the news. And I think the way that she avoided jail is they said it was incest. To be honest with you. I was never seriously poor. New York is rough on its own, but the worst I think I experienced was days to week without heat. Regardless of the temp, I would always have food on the table, and I learned to deal with cold showers for a period of time. When I seen it on Twitter, I thought it was fake. Yeah, I did too. And then the thing that I saw was crazy is that when he gets older, he may have to pay child support for it too. Because child support's not a punishment. It's like you got to pay for the kid, What? Yeah. And I think what happened is they plead her. No, you shouldn't have to pay shit. Yeah, they're going to make him, I think, is what I've read. And what's crazy is the way that she got out is she pled to like incest, even though they're not related. He wasn't of sound adult mind when the event happened. Yeah, true. I'm trying to see. I don't want to like search. Let me see. If she ain't going to do time, they should at least make him exempt from paying child support. Gross, she should be hung. Like, it's gross. She even admitted to it. Yeah, she admitted to it. Yeah, so when I first saw it on Twitter, I thought it was old. I was like, oh, this is probably old, but no. Oh, here it is. So this is how they they did the incest. They said because he viewed her as a mother figure. And that's how she got off of the charges. Why does it seem like she'd do it again? Because she probably will. Hey, who fucking they mom? No one. It's weird. Like, she'll probably do it again. That's also how she got off. Yeah, I just wanted to specify that I was talking about the charges, She's probably had a few. I'd imagine so. Like, I would not be surprised at all. Wait. Oh, it closed. Why is this giving me horror game vibes right now? Yeah, that's crazy. Dead Space is the shit. Doesn't this kind of feel like Dead Space? Not quite, not quite the tone, but it's just giving me the vibes. Door shut.
Everything's off wire. But our station's already infected.
It kind of does, doesn't it? Like, it's just... That made me jump a little bit. Let's check, just in case. Okay, wasn't expecting that. Just a tad bit weird.
The VI is closing some passages and leaving others open. It's like it's hurting us. At least together.
The voices, the music, the aura, the sound effects. Are you still on Overlord? Yeah. Yeah, I think we're almost finished. I think we're on the third part of it. After Overlord, it's Tally, right? Tally's mission? Or is there something else I gotta do first? What was your favorite DLC? What was the one I did 2 days ago with Liara? Oh, Reaper IFF. It's the one that we did with Liara. That one was cool. Shadow Broker, yeah. What am I trying to do here? Oh, I'm trying to navigate across the water. Got it. Trying to move the boxes and make a path. Yeah. Mass Effect 3 really picks up on the fan service DLCs. That's what we like to hear. Can I reach? I can't. I wish they had a jump button. You know? Oh, whoops. Okay, let me put this one back up. Alright, let's go. That should be fine. One of the DLCs added an extra romance scene with your selected romance. Perfect. Mass Effect does good, except for that last one that we didn't get to see. I found out Mass Effect 3 was on Wii U. Was it? The Wii U wasn't very memorable to me, I'll be honest with you. I kind of feel like the Wii U was kind of a letdown after the original Wii. You know? The first Wii was good. But the Wii U was but I understand. Jesus. I understand what they were going for. It was kind of building up to the Switch.
I knew this was too easy. Come on, let's move.
Hostile gas activity detected. Armed response is authorized.
I don't like being out in the open like this. There's a thing called the Genesis Journal. If you play Mass Effect again, it lets you choose all the choices from the previous game, so you don't have to play the first one. You think they're gonna do you think they're gonna do that when the new Mass Effect comes out? Probably, right? Wait, can I go up? No. Maybe they'll do that with the new one. You can always hope. That'd actually be really cool. That'd be cool if you could do that. Although maybe some people will play the games again, but I don't know. I'm obviously keeping my save data for this, so. But I also want to do a playthrough as Fem Chef, so we'll see. Just like I'm doing a Cyberpunk playthrough with Fem V, I think. Need a Fem V. Okay. And hopefully they implement a jump button. That'd be great. Making the choices carry over to the 5th game would encourage people to buy the first 3. which means more profits and buyout. That's true. Why did I just see?
Hacking their systems.
I forgot I brought her. I was like, why did she get here?
This is a Geth stasis alert. Neural activity
I think they should do that though. And implement a jump button. And Andromeda, to avoid carrying over the choices, they just made it take place in another galaxy. I think that's good. Fuck out of here, bud. I can see you. Didn't mean to do that. Okay. Let's see. Oh shit. Not the flamethrower, bro. I hate him. Got him. Can you jump in Mass Effect 3 or no? I do want to continue my journey as Shepard in the 5th, but that would make a certain ending canon. No? Jesus. I think it would be cool to be able to keep going. But I don't know. We'll see after I end, after I beat Mass Effect 3. We'll see. Ooh. Duck that rocket. Look at my team almost wearing the same fits except for me. I didn't get the dress code memo, unfortunately. Here we go. This quest is much better now. It was really boring when I was doing the driving, but this is much better. Woo! Weaved it. Got him. Love that skill. People think that the one time at the start of Mass Effect 1 where she brain melts to see your vision, she gets pregnant, and in the 5th, we could be playing as Liara and Shepard's son, even if you didn't romance her because of that scene, so it wouldn't count the other romances. I'd be fine with that. I don't really see a problem in that. Some people may be mad, but, you know, I did choose Liara game 1, so I, of course, wouldn't have a problem. That could be interesting, though. Nothing. All right, let's go, ladies. Let's go, ladies. It's time to fight the Geth. Oh, shit. Geth Prime. Whoa. I'm just taking out these other ones first. The brain melt scene doesn't even mean you romanced her, so it wouldn't make other romances non-canon. The other's infospawn? Oh, okay. Jesus Christ, bro. What the fuck? Hello?
We've been spotted.
Is everybody dead? Love melding mommies, Liara Panam? Exactly. Yo, that sounds crazy. Got him. He's dead. Alright, leave me alone, guys. Are they dead again? Liara and Panam, they gave us the best times.
We made you, we can break.
Samara probably does that too, right? Samara's has to be crazy. So if that was the case, no one would be upset because your romances won't be non-canon. Okay. Got him.
Hacking their system.
That everybody? God better not give me a gun license. If there are any feds in here, this is a joke. Okay. Okay, keep going. Boom, boom, boom. Easy fight. Any loot? I need ammo. Good. I wouldn't be mad at that, though. I'll be real with you. I wouldn't be mad at it. We made it out. We did it. All right. Complete the mission. I did learn it's impossible to be mad at that even if you hate Liara. True. I did learn that there was a way we could have kept Samara's daughter if we wanted to instead of Samara. I saw that on Reddit the other day. I told a girl, fuck you, because she said something to me, and according to a mutual, she hates me because I said that. It is what it is. It's how I would look at it. You didn't know that? No. Because it didn't give me an option to keep her. But I think that's because I messed around with the storyline, and I let her kind of like, you know, lead me on before Samara just straight up killed her, you know? This the Overlord DLC? Yep. You have to sacrifice the mom to get the daughter. Yeah, I saw that.
Commander, you've done it. The lockdown has been cancelled. You can now
I didn't know that. I didn't know that it would give you that option, though. I was kind of playing around at that time, you know? I don't care about her. I mentioned it because her Discord banner was porn, and I saw it. Yeah, that's wild. Some people get weird about this stuff, to be honest. My biggest complaint about this mission, and by the way, Chris, how are you? My biggest complaint about this mission was that the flying part, to be honest, because there's no map really, with the exception about this part. You understand that? Yeah, like this, not having directions really made this a slow mission for me. Okay. Kasami's fire. Kasami's so good. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the Hammerhead. Me neither, to be honest. Like that one. Kasami's fire, though. I like her. Outside of the Hammerhead, it's a fun quest, but the Hammerhead makes it kind of meh. You know? Other than that, it's cool.
Good. I'm getting some troubling readings here, though. The VI is trying to upload its program directly from your location. Get to the server room and shut down the core before it can...
And this quest is giving me, like, crazy Dead Space vibes. You know? Serendipity. I'm writing a genius lyrics in this chat. Whose lyrics? Nah, it does with these AI jump scares, right? Like, his stance reminds me of it. The whole aura. Everything's just really giving me the... What the fuck? Like, it feels like we're just being creepy to be creepy.
Analysis results.
Okay. Just making. Like all the dead bodies. It's dark as hell.
Arriving at level 3. Arriving at level 6. System malfunction. Arriving at level 3.
Okay.
Arriving at level 6.
We're level 7. So now we need.
System malfunction.
Fuck. Okay, I'm back. Welcome back.
Resetting elevator.
Okay. So now we got
Arriving
level
at
3,
Arriving
level
at
6.
Level 6.
Maybe I need to reset here.
Arriving at level 3.
Fuck. That wasn't it.
Arriving at basement level. Resetting elevator.
Let's see.
Arriving at level 2.
The button next to the elevator levels it up by 2. The computer bumps it up by 3. Okay, let me reset it. So that means 2 presses there, 1 press up there.
Resetting elevator.
So let's go.
Arriving at level 2. Arriving at level 4.
Okay. That actually like... Oh, we did it. This aura and everything, like it feeds into that. That jump scare, I was jumpy. What's gonna be behind here? Yep, I figured. Oh shit. A Geth Prime. Love a good Geth Prime. Wait a minute. No wonder my bullets weren't hitting as much. I keep forgetting I have to put on the flaming bullets every time. Damn. You're dead. Bye. See ya. You're dead, bud.
This.
Haha, loser. Anyways. What the fuck? If I was on an elevator and do stuff like this, I'd never ride on an elevator again. If I managed to get out. Yo, what the? If an elevator just free fell like this? Holy shit. Never again will I ride an elevator. You know? That's one of my biggest nightmares. One of my greatest fears is just free falling in an elevator.
Ooh, that brother's floating in the air.
We were. We definitely were. That was crazy. Hello? I can't hack it? What happened? I'd love for that to happen to me. Then I'd live and it would be the coolest story to tell. I'd need therapy after that. I'm not gonna lie to you. Because although I do like roller coasters, with that aside, I hate the feeling of falling. I hate it. Sometimes I even get that feeling in video games. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. Like if a character's falling from like crazy heights, sometimes I get that feeling just watching, and I'm just.
Be surprised if this button summoned a Reaper.
Oh, we're gonna press the button anyway, though. Hey, press it. See what happens. I'm Mexicans. We don't believe in therapy, so I'm good. Yeah, my
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang!
When I was a teenager, I told my dad, I was like, Dad, I think I need therapy, and he's like, you don't need no damn therapy. Just go outside. And I was like, oh. Okay. Then like a couple years later, my sister was having a hard time. He's like, you know what? Maybe she needs therapy. And I looked at him so crazy. He's like, what do you mean? Does this mean I'm not Mexican? Therapy's good. It's good for the soul. Unless you get a... You don't need no therapy. You need some bitches. Yeah. I'll be like, I think I'm depressed. Depressed in fucking dishes. I don't want any bitches. I'm good, bruh. Okay. What the fuck is happening here? Shepherd. Got him. Got him. I'm actually about to drop my therapist. You not like her, or is it getting like too... Do you need like a change? They come in a package deal and I had a falling out with my psychiatrist. Oh, so you're getting a new one? The worst one I had, and I've said it, I told her what was going on. She's like, you tried not being sad? And I was like, okay. Am I crazy for eating the stickers on apples? I would think so, but I don't think that's a super big deal. But fun fact about me, I don't actually like apples. I like apple juice, but I don't like apples. I'm at a point in life where I'd rather go to the gym than talk about my feelings. I think you can do both. You know? I'm of the mind where I think you could do both, to be honest with you.
Square root of 906.01 is 30.1. Square root of 912.04 is 30.2.
You know? The gym is good. The gym is good. But like, together,
Square root of 918.09 is 30.
I could do both, but I'd rather not. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. Just flog the dolphin real quick, you'll be fine. Yeah, that's true. That quick serotonin hit is... Oh, it's just so good. Going SA tomorrow? Day trip? There you go. We love a day trip. Wait. How are you going if Addie's streaming tomorrow? Oh, you're going and coming back. Never mind, never mind. Never mind. So I was like, I put in my reminders that Addie's streaming. I wrote it down. Oh, I could climb through this the whole time. I did not know. Oh, this is a win. Got it on a post-it note and everything. I'm saying, like... I haven't been to San Antonio in forever. Yeah, she's canceling the streams? Oh. Okay. Alright. You know, enjoy the day trip. The day trip is always good. I can't even be mad at it. Oh, that reminds me, speaking of a stream schedule, I may have to move 2 streams next week. I'll still stream, but they'll be later. Because I may be doing a photo shoot with a pretty big company. But I'll still stream, obviously. But yep, photo shoot with a fairly big company. You watched the Lakers Mav game? Yeah, that broke my heart, bro. Fucking Max Kleber, bro. That was heartbreaking, and it was Anthony Davis's fault too. I feel like the Lakers are just stupid when Bron's not there. When Bron's hurt, he's just, you know, they're just dumb. It makes no sense. This really is giving me working vibes for real. Lakers can get the 7th seed, but yeah, AD sold by leaving. He did. It was crazy. I hope they. We better get the 7th seed. We better. Yeah, if I have to move stream time, I'll obviously let you guys know via Twitter or and Discord. I just hope my Pacers can tank, but Rick Carlisle is so stuck. Yeah, you're not tanking with Rick Carlisle. You know how Rick Carlisle is. He's not trying to lose. Oh, shit. Yeah, Rick Carlisle is not about that life. He wants maximum winning, even if it ruins everything else. Jesus. Motherfucking shotgun is crazy. But I think if I have the shoots, it would be Tuesday and Wednesday. And so on Tuesday, the stream would be at 4. And then Wednesday, or like 4:30. And the stream on Wednesday would be at like 1. And then in April, I'd have one where I literally have to wake up early, fly to Houston, do a shoot, fly back, and then we'd stream as soon as I got back from the airport. But, you know, we'll see what happens. What the fuck am I doing? What do I do? What do I do here? Oh. What the fuck is happening here?
It's too late. We've lost control.
The fuck is this mission? The fuck? This is pretty wild. This is a pretty wild quest. This is actually pretty crazy. Oh shit, there's one more. That was close. Gee. Why did I react to a knock when I have a window right here, bro? What? This quest is pretty crazy. What the fuck?
Quiet. Please make it stop.
This is wild.
Wait! Commander! I'm begging you. Don't do anything rash.
Rash? Like forcing your own brother into an experiment?
There'd be no talking to me if I was a sibling.
How this must look, but I never
This is
intended harm
crazy.
to come to him. You must believe me. It's not like I planned this. It was an accident. Seeing
About to play Rise of Kingdoms. Gonna have 50 million power to pull some bitches. Do it, Sora. Get a harem.
You knew it, you were running your own private hell.
Get you a harem.
No choice. The demands were incredible. The elusive man doesn't broker failure. Any war we fight with the Geth will be bloody. I was asked to find a way to avoid that.
And how many have already died for this project?
This is crazy.
More souls than will ever forgive me. But I won't apologize for radical ideas. If my work spares 1 million mothers mourning the loss of 1 million sons,
I'm a gang-banging Christian. There you go.
So you'll
there you go.
sacrifice your brother's happiness for your own ambition.
Damn.
Square root of 906.01 equals
30.1. What I've done to David is unethical.
Duh.
If he dies, it's unforgivable. Let me take care of him. Please.
quiet. Please make it stop.
I've seen enough of your cruelty to know he'll never be free from it here. I'm taking him away.
Damn.
Leave him! He's too valuable!
I feel like every single day Shepard's beating the shit out of somebody.
Your brother, and this bullet will be waiting for you. Then we'll see who's valuable.
Where will you take him?
None of your goddamn business, brother.
Grissom Academy. They can help special cases like David, minus the torture. Joker.
None of your goddamn
know we've got
business,
someone who needs their help.
Aye, aye, Commander.
The elusive man can fire me if he doesn't like it.
Square root of 912.04 is 30.2. It all seemed harmless. Square root of 912.04 is 30.2. It all seemed harmless. Square root
That's a wild experiment, huh?
is 30.2. It all seemed harmless.
That was wild. Damn. That was crazy. Okay, let's save here. I'm gonna go talk to everybody because I don't really want to lock in a romance.
Is there anything I
Can
should
you
know?
please say some ass?
At your private terminal. Anything else, Commander? Good luck out there, Shepard.
Apocalypse, have a good alert. Thank you, I appreciate you. Team status. Okay, so we save, and we're gonna talk to everybody. If something romantic happens, I'm reloading. Because I don't want to lock anything in right now, I'll be honest with you. I just don't want to lock anything in. You know? Sounds kind of messed up to just lock it in when we still have tally to go for. You know? I kind of want to see everybody's before I do stuff.
Commander, what can I do for you?
You have a minute, Miranda?
Always. I'm dealing with a few loose ends for Cerberus. We haven't had much free time lately. But I haven't forgotten our earlier discussion.
Oh, we already did this.
I think we're crazy, but I haven't forgotten. Assuming you're still interested.
We already did this one.
Oh, I'm definitely interested.
Glad to hear it. I'll be by the next time things are quiet.
Okay. So we're good there. We're still good. Nothing extra developed. Good. Skratsx, can I send you a link to my favorite scene from Undercover Brother? Absolutely. Absolutely. Can you talk to anybody else here? No. Gotta go to engineering. Oh, I talked to him tomorrow. I'll talk tomorrow when I come back up. Oops. You did? All right. Perfect. This works because I need to post a TikTok too. Twitter DMs. Let's look. Undercover Brother.
And that's why we believe there's got to be some connection between the general's announcement and the man.
Come on, y'all. Y'all telling me there's really a man?
What do you think? Undercover brother? That is your real name? You think things just happen by accident? No. Sometimes people, mostly white
Such a good cast.
make things happen. That's where we come in. And I never end in struggle against the man. AKA Whitey, AKA Mr. Charlie, AKA Honky McGee.
So the conspiracies we believe for all these years are really true? The NBA really instituted the three-point shot to give white boys
AKA
a chance?
Honky McGee.
So the entertainment industry really is out to get Spike Lee. Is that right?
Come on, man. Even Cher got an Oscar. Cher!
And OJ really didn't do it.
Mr. Chappelle.
Let's just move on, shall we?
I love this movie.
Holy moly, looks like the Source Awards in here.
Does man hurting? Who's that?
Oh, this is Lance, our intern. Lance is his undercover brother.
OJ really didn't do it.
Was Okay, how did the white boy get a job here at the Brotherhood?
Shit. What can I tell you, man? Affirmative action.
What?
Affirmative action.
Oh boy, open up the window. It's getting all racial up in this piece.
Look here, undercover brother. Now that you're working for us, you're gonna need to memorize our rules and regulations. Trim the hair and, for God's sake, get rid of the clothes.
Slow your roll, Chief. You know I respect what y'all doing here at the Brotherhood. But I'm a firm believer in everybody should do their own thing.
God, I love this movie.
What a boy needs, whatever comes, innocent, free.
Okay, he should never do his own thing.
Installed Rise of Kingdoms. Harem coming. Harem coming, Sora. Just get ready.
I said, look, you better open the bank and give me my money. Yeah. My money. I don't care whose bank it is. Right. I know whose money is in it. Right. No, I'm keeping it real. That's all I'm saying.
I forgot about Effie Griffin.
What you mean high? Like high yellow wanna be white? Huh? High like the white man wants to keep us? Huh? High? You ain't smell no weed on me, did you?
Hey, brother, can I get a list of the words that trigger these fits? Man, you really need to relax. You go see a movie.
A movie?
A movie.
Come on, man. Why, so I can fall in love with some cute black man that teaches white people everything they know about the shrimp industry before they kill him 30 minutes into the movie? Huh? Hey, why don't you walk down that tunnel, black man?
I gotta
Hey,
rewatch
black
this
man,
movie for
turn
real.
on the generator. This dinosaur's out there.
This movie is
Hey,
just
black man,
too
look
good.
out. He's got a gun. Ow! I'm hit. But my vest coated, bitch. Yes. I'm alive.
I told you to keep your finger off the trigger of that thing.
Cool, everybody.
Undercover brother, please.
Keep going back to work.
Sorry about all that.
I shit on myself.
I have a couple of things for you. Here are your shoes. I took the liberty of making a few.
God, this movie was so good.
And now,
Chappelle gotta be in more movies. I'm saying, bro.
Oh,
man.
Smart brother, that is not just a caddy. That is a Cadillac coupe. Hell,
I saw this movie when I was 14. This movie was... God. It's so good. Fucking love. It's crazy that was 2002, huh? I've never seen this. You can take my black card now. You got to see it, Phyllis. You got to. You've got to. Oh, such a good movie. But I was also like, and still am. Is that the black version of Austin Powers? That is like, I was a huge, still am. I'm not gonna lie. Dave Chappelle. Yeah, it basically is. I'm like a huge Dave Chappelle fanboy. I'm not gonna lie. Anything Dave Chappelle was doing, I was watching it. You know? Like, I was just watching it. I had to. Chappelle's Show, Undercover Brother, all of them. You know what I'm saying? Okay, I'm sold. I'll watch it. It's so good. God, I love that movie. I completely forgot. Like, I got so wrapped up watching it that I completely forgot to finish posting this TikTok. Twitch clips. Don't watch part 2. Okay. Yeah. Twitch. And then. Boom. Posted. There we go. It's kind of ass. I watched it all excited and was like, boo. I always get nervous with sequels. The reason why, like, I get fooled is because, like, you know, the original Rush Hour is one of my favorite movies. But Rush Hour 2 is the best Rush Hour, I think. And I was like, oh, sequels are just good. You know? All right, what I miss? Work been dying down. We just watched a clip from Undercover Brother. We finished the mission. Yeah, Rush Hour 2 is better. Let's save just in case. And we're checking on the status of our romances in game. I love all the Rush Hour movies. Even 3 was entertaining. Yeah.
Hey.
I love Rush Hour.
Jack. I got nothing to say. You act interested, but you got other things going. So don't pretend you coming down here is special.
Oh, shit.
You make a lot of stops.
Is this about Miranda?
I don't care where you play, but
Oh,
don't
shit.
act like I'm precious that this is just killing time for you.
Yeah, I always get scared for sequels. Oh, shit. Do we end it with Miranda? Is this locking it in? Yeah, I'm still gonna watch it. Shit. Damn, Jack. Like, what do I... It'll probably be like Jackie Chan and Chris Tucker and their sons being buddy cops, too. As long as it's like... I don't know how to word it. But a lot of the comedy writing today is... It's pretty ass. You know what I'm saying? Like, when was the last good comedy movie? Damn. What do I do here? Miranda over Jack? What do I do? Should I put it to a poll? Do we do a poll? My life. What do... My life's a good comedy movie. I just realized what you were saying. Rush Hour jokes are a little too dated for today. I think Jackie Chan cannot say... Yeah, he definitely cannot say... He definitely can't do that. Okay, here's what we got to do. Here's what we got to do. Jesus, dude. I don't know who to pick, so you're going to pick for me. Hold on. Miranda, please. Okay, hold on. We're putting it to a vote. Oh, my camera's in the way. Hold on. Here we go. Go ahead. Here we go. Jack is left, Miranda's right. So this is Miranda, this is Jack. I will abide by the poll 100% because I really don't know. Okay. I'll suck your dick and or coochie if you pick Miranda. At least Phil and Miranda. Damn, this poll is cooked. Yeah. Yep. Hey. All right. Damn. It's Miranda. It is Miranda. All right. 4-2. All right, Miranda it is. Miranda it is. Okay, last clip. It's from Rush Hour 3. Okay. But it's so fun. 4 against 2. Yep. Maybe next. Maybe Mass Effect 3. You know? Okay, let me see the clip. Hold on. Twitter.
Go home, Carter. This has nothing to do with you.
Wait,
I
what
made
the
Su Young
fuck
a
is...
promise the same as you. This is the business of China.
Well, for your information,
Which one was Miranda? She was the one on the right.
That's right, Lee. For the last 3 years, I have studied.
She was the one on the right.
Buddha, earning 2 black belts in wushu martial arts, spending every afternoon at the Hong Kong Guard massage parlor on Pico and Bundy. I am half Chinese, baby.
If you're half Chinese, I'm half black. I'm your brother, and I'm fly. You down with that, Snoopy? That's dope, isn't it?
Sorry, Lee.
Yeah, it's a W.
There's a height requirement.
So we're going with...
Same as riding a Matterhorn.
Go home, Carter.
I can't leave you, Lee.
I love Rush Hour so much.
Can't leave my brother.
I love Rush Hour so much, bro. I love it. All right. Here we go.
I'm not ready to break it off.
Then why the hell are you talking to me? Get the fuck out of here.
Is she still?
Talk to me, Jack.
I got nothing to say.
Oh, okay.
Don't pretend you coming down here is special. You make a lot of stops.
When Jackie Chan says the N-word, I laugh.
Is this about Miranda?
All
I
right.
don't care where you play, but don't act like I'm
not
precious.
ready to break it
Then
off.
why the hell are you talking?
There it is. So, we voted. We voted. It's a Miranda stream.
Whenever we have time.
Oh, yeah. I forgot we still have Tally's mission. All right, we got to do Reaper. We got to do Reaper IFF. Like, who gave him the pass? I was dying when I heard that. And I remember, because I was like a little kid when my grandpa gave me the tape for Rush Hour 2. And he was like, hey, don't tell your mom. I was like, bet. Last Companion so far, you won't even expect it? All right, it's time for Reaper. All right, so for Reaper, we need to leave to the mass relay. I didn't get gas, bro. Oh, no. Oh, gas is burning up. We need gas. Let's go get some gas. Stop at the 7-Eleven real quick. Fill her up. It's done? What's done? What's done? The DLC? Yep. Now we're doing Reaper. Reaper IFF. So Legate, I don't know if you saw, but we put it up to a poll as to who we're choosing. And we are Miranda 1 over Jack. So Miranda 1 over Jack. So we did a poll. Because I just couldn't choose. I feel like even though we chose Miranda, we still have to watch the other love scenes. Team Miranda, we still have to watch the other scenes. You know, because I'm curious. I need to see what they were. You know? And we still get a Samara scene, so we good there, you know what I'm saying? Who do I take on this one? Does it matter who I take? Team Samara anyways? Yeah. We all with Samara. Doesn't matter. Alright, so we always take Tally. Yeah, Tally has the best skill, I think. And I think we take Grunt here. For the fire weapons. Do we? Let's take Grunt. Concussive shot first, right? Over fortification. Now, if it was Liara over Miranda, I'm choosing Liara. I think so too. I fuck with Liara, bro. I fuck with Liara. I fuck with Liara heavy, I'm not gonna lie. I think concussive shot. Yeah, it's fine. And I'll up fortification 1. There we go. It's time for the Reaper IFF. I like Liara though. I thought we were getting a scene with Liara, and it did black screen on us, bro.
The wind's gusting to 500 kph.
Jesus. I was so disappointed when we didn't get that scene with Liara. I just thought about how sad I went out yesterday with the raid. No, you're good. You were still good. You were good, Alu. You were good. Once the audio was back on, you were good. W raid though, my brother. Anytime, bro. Anytime.
The Reaper's Mass Effect feels
Favorite companion out of all Mass Effect games so far? Liara. I like Liara the best. Time I romanced Liara, Mass Effect 3, I still lied to Miranda that I loved her. Damn, Legate. You like that, huh? I like Liara a lot. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Smells bad.
I like that Liara likes what she wants, you know what I'm saying? And she's just like, hey, y'all blicked up. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if I'm gonna be like, yeah, I still love you. If Liara's on ship, you have to lie to her or she dies no matter what you do. Damn. Damn. I guess we do have to lie. I guess we do. But I like Liara, bro. Liara's my favorite so far. And Ashley's at the bare bottom. She's the very last one. I don't fuck with Ashley. You know? Bottom of the barrel. Exactly. She's my least favorite. Who's your favorite? Who's your favorite by like out of them all? Miranda? I'm telling you, real devs let you have them all. They don't make you choose. Morden or Garrus? Okay. Did you play as Fem Shep or as Dude Shep? I think you had to play as Fem Shep for Garrus, right?
The Reaper put up kinetic barriers. I don't think we can get through from our side.
As curious as I am about the Reapers, I'd rather not be trapped inside one.
We'll have to take down the barrier generators from in here.
I think you can as Fem Shep,
At
right?
the moment of activation, I detected a heat spike in what is likely the Rex Mass Effect core, sending the coordinates now. Be advised, this core is also maintaining the Reaper's altitude.
So when we take the barriers down to escape, the wreck falls into the planet core.
Liara's fire, though. I'm with Illy on that. Oh, I just meant my favorite companion. Oh.
If any helmsman can pull us off this thing before it reaches crush.
Morden is a good companion, though.
We'll make a sweep for survival.
His abilities are cool.
We can. Stand by.
Aye, aye. Good hunting.
What a mess. Anyone else hungry?
Because I haven't heard Grunt's voice very often, that actually scared me for a second.
When my brother got married, the best man tried to hit on her. She kicked him down the church steps.
Get ready to fight. There are high pressure.
Oh shit. Wasn't really ready for that. Did you hear the dialogue? Grunt's dialogue about what a mess, who's hungry?
This should soften them up.
I did hear that part. Oh, are you talking about the person who kicked him down the stairs? I did hear that part. Like that shotgun. Yeah, that was a good one.
I thought Geth made these husk things.
Geth origin.
Oh shit.
One more.
Combat drone ready. Take that.
That drone alone makes Tally one of my favorite companions. Like that alone is just so good.
Disappeared when I looked straight at it.
What the fuck?
Where we took off that panel.
Okay. Wasn't expecting that last one. Let's go, team. Repeat? Yeah. Very much so. What's with all these missions giving me horror vibes today?
Come out of hiding.
Let's just run so they come out. Up power cells? I don't fucking know. Like, every single one today has just been creepy. You know?
Trouble to the left.
My bad, Grunt.
Combat drones away.
Yeah, Grunt's kind of wild, ain't he? Grunt's kind of wild. You can tell he really enjoys fighting. Like, he's actually really about that. Like, Jesus. Grunt's like... You see him, like, running across just laughing and shit? Why did it just give me a live notification? Did I disconnect for a second? Did I disconnect? Are we good? Oh shit, I didn't see that. You disconnected? Are we good? What happened? That was weird. Going in and out on my end. Very minor. We good? Wondering what I could do. Yeah, that was weird. I looked and saw I got mentioned. That was weird. Because it says I didn't even drop any frames. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Okay. Damn.
We've seen these before, Shepard. Dragon's teeth, your people call them. The Geth used them on Eden Prime.
I like the blue people dismemberment here.
We can't help these people now, but we won't let the machines use their corpses like this.
That's crazy. Damn. Quick save. Just in case. Alright, we're looking for purple. Got it. That was easy. Easy. Give me the shmoney's. Oh, heavy skin weave. Okay. Wasn't expecting that. It's over here. Later work log. Got the ammo, right? Yeah, we're good. Alright, let's keep it pushing. Mamma mia. Why'd you highlight that? Why'd you highlight that one? Shmoney man. You know what it is. Give me the shmoneys. Boom. 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 Hackers. That's all we do. Hacker mans. Alright. Let's push through. Open the door. I'm a little worried. Just make sure everything's reloaded. Alright, we're good. Okay, yeah, the game knew. We need our weapons out. It's getting wicked. Up, sniper! Oh, shit. What the fuck? Did we just get helped by a Geth?
Shepard, Commander.
What the? What just happened?
Geth talk. It knows
It shouldn't be able to talk.
What the fuck? Why did it do that? That was weird. W man, I'm saying. He's your new competition. What's up, Petty? What up? Oh shit. How are you? Oh shit. Oh, that's Grunt. What's good? Okay. Up.
I'll put them down.
There's a lot more than I thought. Here we are. Good shit. Good shit, Tally. Petty with the fatty. You know what it is. Petty, how did you like the Resident Evil demo? Oh. Jesus. I'm good. I'm really tired. Stayed up pretty late playing Sons of the Forest. I need to play that too. I have it in my library, but I have yet to play it. Please. Put the fire mod on it. Oh shit. Here comes another big one. Jesus, bro. It was good. I think I might get it. It's tough to pay 60 for an old game. Yeah. Luckily for me, I've never played it. So I'm going to do, instead of just buying the old one, I'm just going to play the remake. Jesus. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't going to play Sons, but it was gifted to me. Do you like it? Inspired everything for real? Yeah, I mean, it's true. Yeah, don't pay 60. I think I found it for like 40-ish, which isn't bad. I just forget about CD Key. Yeah, I saw it for like 40 something, which isn't too bad. Oh, he's dead. We got him. I don't even need the laser. Out of him. Fuck out of here, my boy. 40-something bitches. I wish. No. The last game I bought and didn't legally download was Elden Ring. I love Elden Ring. We gotta go back up. Go back up, Shepard. Go back up. Go back up. Yeah, here they come. There's more. Go back up. Jesus, these things are annoying. I had to give the devs of that game my money. Sometimes if I was doing that, if I really... Where's the ammo, bro? Am I just... Where the ammo drops? No. Where the ammo? But if I do acquire games by those means, if I really like the game, I'll buy it. You know what I'm saying? That's pretty much the only way I was playing games when I was younger. Now I buy a lot because I like to support. After playing the great Mass Effect games, you should play an awful game, aka Ride to Hell Retribution. You might not mess with it, but it's great. Can't lie. True. Elden Ring is so good. I can't wait for the expansion. That's gonna be good. Ride to Hell Retribution has a 1.4 on Metacritic. Yeah, that sounds awful. That sounds horrible, to be honest with you. I did see this horror game where you have to be completely quiet, right? And because if you're loud, the monster will come at you. And so it takes like your microphone sound and stream noises. So like if you redeem channel points and stuff, it'll lure the monster over. I saw someone playing it on TikTok, but I gotta get the name of it. Trouble. In Silence? It may be that. It may be. I'm not entirely sure. But I saw that and I was like, we may have to play that. Voice recognition? Yeah. I played it. It's pretty good. Oh! I didn't even see this guy. Stop, bro. Jesus Christ. Stop. Stop.
This should soften them up.
Fuck out of here. Straight hands. That new Among Us 3D Roblox simulator feature? Oh yeah, I'm playing Among Us with Barrel later. For a little bit. Where was you in the tier list drop? He was in and out. Petty was here a little bit. He was here a little bit. For the candy one. The candy one yesterday, on Friday, this past Friday.
Time to fight.
Like yesterday, or 2 days ago. Was it yesterday? It was yesterday. Jesus, bro. What is with this? We gotta go back up. Go back up. Watch out. We're dead here. We're just dead. Run. Run. Yeah, he was kind of here, but he was at work. Yeah. Run. Yeah, put that drone out. Jesus. Really used to see Among Us every day in 2020? Yeah. I've only played like one time though. It wasn't something that really caught my eye, to be honest. Oh God. Come on, Shepard. Shepard! Jesus, bro. Wanted to see we was gangy.
Too late. Now you're
The funny one was Doc. Doc was so funny. Like, damn. I'm telling him to hit and he's just standing there. Alright, where's that big one? Where that monstrosity at? Where'd he go?
Trouble.
Jesus. How many are there? Yo, what's up, thieves? What's up? Oh my God. Run.
One down.
Yo, what's up? What's up? Okay. Has B-Man been here yet? Yeah, he was here earlier. He was here earlier. How we living? Pretty good. A little bit in fear right now due to all these pop-ups, but other than that, we're good. Other than that, we're pretty decent. B-Man, go to everything. I'm literally taking. I'm gonna screenshot his chat message, and make that my Twitter header. You know, we're pretty good so far, though. We do it. Come on, please. One more. Got him. Thank God. This level's been crazy. This Reaper IFF mission is just insane. Thought I saw a weapon over here.
This looks interesting.
Okay. Not doing that again. Not gonna lie, chocolate and sweet candy have to be in different tier lists. Oh, you mean like sort chocolate by itself and then rate sweets? Phyllis said she doesn't like Reese's. I was shocked. Absolutely appalled. Oh, that's fair enough. I can see that. Because not everyone's like a chocolate person. Phyllis is a hater. I'm saying. I was not. There's two of them, bro. Wait, Legate, you don't like Reese's either? She don't like peanut butter? That makes sense then. Oh, that's my bad. My bad. Where did these come from? Where did those come from? Good thing I saved. Jesus Christ. Oh my God, Legate's taste. They're not even good peanut butter.
Incoming.
So they're coming from behind, aren't they? Where did those other ones come from? Oh, there. There we go. All Reese's is God tier. I'm saying the tree, the eggs, the minis, the pieces, all of them. Every single one. How the fuck did I just get hit? Oh, we're dead. We're dead. Scratch, you should have a tier list command that links to the previous tier list so it can still be discussed. I should do that, actually. You're right. That is a good suggestion. I need to remember to set that up. I'm dead here. I'm fucking dead here.
Too late. Now you're dead.
Thank you for charging that, Grunt. I like Grunt. Reese's Sticks are goated. I just love them. I'm pretty good with anything Reese's. Look, guys, stop.
They should soften them up.
Yeah, do something. In time, they probably will. If Reese's had a dark chocolate variant with high quality peanut butter, it'd be... I mean, I don't care if it's high quality, I'm gonna be honest with you. If it's a Reese's, I'm pretty good with it. Okay, we need Tally to get the fuck up. How did the stream just restart again? Same, yeah. They got a white chocolate Reese's? It did restart once. I don't know why though. Reese's will never make anything good. Okay. So we got to... No, it didn't I think it was the previous one. Normal Reese's tastes like it was made in a factory filled with radioactive chemicals. Yo, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy. I went through a phase when I got Reese's sticks every single day. I can't even blame you.
Feel the blood rage.
I can't even blame you for real. Yo, what's up, Gravity? What up? Take care of him. Reese's with pretzels? I don't like pretzels though, so I wouldn't eat those, but I don't like pretzels. How my favorite people to do today? We're good. We're pretty good over here. You know? I've just never been, especially the hard pretzels. Twix peanut butter was good. Ooh, good call. I'm not a fan of chips or pretzels. Like, I just don't fuck with pretzels like that. I used to hate when you'd have those school events. You'd have that one kid that brings that bag of those lame-ass pretzels. I hated that kid. Like, get the fuck out of here with your lame-ass pretzels. But to be fair, when it came to class parties, because I was a poor kid, I was bringing plates and napkins and shit. My mom was like, don't volunteer me for shit but plates and napkins. Bro, the honey mustard pretzels? Those are the soft ones, right? I haven't had a soft pretzel ever. Like, ever in my life. Those big ones, I've never had one. No?
Watch your right.
Watch my right? Fuck is on my... At least you contributed. Exactly. My mom was like, don't volunteer me for shit, but plates and napkins. I was like, bet. Bet. Wait, they're like the hard pretzels with honey mustard flavoring? But I will fuck up some mall pretzels. I've never had one in my entire life. I passed by, what is it? Auntie Anne's, and I just I've never stopped. What the fuck is the honey mustard pretzel? I think it's those ones in the bag, right? Brother, I eat Auntie Anne's hot dogs. They have hot dogs there? Mall pretzels are the best. Cinders makes them? All American candy food actually is a chemical cancer causing and fake. I love me some pretzel hot dogs. They make hot dogs?
Trouble to the right.
Damn. How much trouble are we gonna have? Like shit.
Should soften them up.
Bro, you're missing out. I may have to go to the mall. Soft pretzels are overrated. I don't like pretzels, period. It's like, the only ones I've had is those fucking hard ones in the bag. And I hated those. How many husks are there? Especially the sugar pretzel? Leave, Betty. I've never had those. Ever. Okay, we're not doing that again, so we're gonna keep saving as we go. Oh great, more explosive crates. You know what that means? I can eat the pizza pretzels, but it's all overrated. Whenever I think of like pizza at the mall, I just instantly think of a Sbarro, which I've also never eaten. We're running. We're gonna back up a little bit, play it the smart way. Take them down there. Let me get a motherfucking corn dog. I hate corn dogs. I don't fuck with corn dogs. I'll be real with you. I've never liked corn dogs. The rest of my... It's probably because I had a ton as a kid, though. Because, you know, those were cheap. And whatever was cheap, we was having. Dots pretzels are pretty good for a hard pretzel. That's one down. Leave Skratsx. I think it's because I had them a lot. It's like I also don't really eat hot dogs a lot because that's another cheap food, and we used to have them a ton. He's dead. We got him. Oh shit, there's more. I ate way too many in India. Yeah, like once I've had a food a ton, I'm pretty good on it. Hot dogs are trash. It's like the other day, someone mentioned, I think it was in Dora's stream, when she asked about mashed potatoes. I was like, low key, because I had them so much, I'm kind of good on them. Jesus. Except like those loaded ones, those are good. But in general, like I'm pretty good on mashed potatoes. Oh, my fault. These things are never ending. Eggo's thick and fluffy waffles are way better than any pancake that isn't a Swedish pancake. I'm a waffle over pancakes guy anyway. But I showed you my favorite. My favorite Eggo's, those cinnamon ones. Those bitches are fire. My corn dog or hot dog not coming from a stand-in event, I don't want it. That's fair. That's fair.
Time to fight.
What do you mean time to fight? What the fuck?
Worthless.
Are we done with these now? Waffles over pancake, always, exactly. I'm a waffles over pancake guy.
The Mass Effect core should be simple enough.
I like both, but waffles are better. Gonna go do my thing. Love you, bud. Keep up the amazing work. Yo, Feeth, love you too, bro. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate you. Chocolate chip Eggos are superior. I've never had that. IHOP pancakes are good. I'm not gonna lie. You can get the best of both worlds. Eggos thick and fluffy waffles have a cinnamon flavor variant. I love IHOP though. I do. But I'll show you. IHOP? What? My favorite. If they have the cinnamon toast waffles in the fluffy version, I'd have those. French toast versus waffles? Ooh. See, the thing is, like, these are the ones I'm talking about. These Eggos right here are my favorite ones. These are the best. At least your IHOP is. I love IHOP. These are good. Waffle House, look, Waffle House is a different story. That's a different story. Waffle House is good. French toast versus, I'll have to try those. I love them. I love them. Look up Swedish pancake. I got to think. It's a waffle home. Swedish pancake. See, French toast, I feel like you can get some pretty bad French toast. I feel like a really good French toast could potentially clear a waffle. Aren't these like crepes? That's what these look like. These look like crepes. Swedish pancake is just a fucking cake. Like it looks like crepes. Doesn't it? The school French them French toast sticks. Holy shit. Good French toast sticks. I fucking love French toast sticks. But the other thing that I don't like berries and shit on my waffles or pancakes. Yo, French toast sticks are gas. I'm saying. Yeah, the worst French toast I had was from Whole Foods at the breakfast bar. Yeah, these are crepes. Got my first 0-kill victory in Fortnite. There we go. French toast sticks, but they gotta be from school. Yep. Yeah, get all that fruit on my breakfast. I'm saying. Like, I don't want fruit on my pancakes or waffles. Get that shit out of here. The Square School breakfast pizza. We talked about that earlier. Yes, sir. French toast sticks are gas. I'm saying. I fucking love French toast sticks. We're saving again because we're not doing that again. Did you? Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. On pizza days. Strawberries and blueberries are so good on pancakes. Y'all tripping? I just don't fuck with them. I just don't. You know what I'm saying? I don't fuck with it. Like, keep them. Keep them. We did it. Only acceptable fruit on pancakes and waffles is blueberries. I think if it's in the pancake or waffle, I'm fine. But if you put that shit on it, keep it. The fruit, yeah, it's got to be in. If it's on top, I don't fucking want it at all.
That is.
We got the Reaper IFF. Northeast versus Midwest versus South versus West versus South. Who's winning? As a Southerner, I have to say the South. Skratsx preach. I'm saying, if the blueberry is in, I'm good. But the moment I see one on it, get that shit out of here. The South is probably winning. Let's be real here. If we divide it into quadrants, if we divide it into quadrants, like, we clear. Wait, is that our new companion? Is that our new companion right there? If we got in a war?
Weapons ready.
That'd be interesting. Yes? That's crazy. I did not see that one coming. Texas is carrying the South. Florida too, if you count that. I don't know if you're counting Florida in the South. Like low-key, Florida. Yeah, Florida and Texas. Florida and Texas clear. East wins. They got the numbers.
Stop it!
Plus, like, the South has the arsenal. You know what I'm saying? The arsenal that Texas and Florida has is crazy. The rest of the world is soft. South, where is that? Like, the South is different. The West got the arsenal too.
Now you're dead.
I forgot what the gun numbers were for Tech. I think like there's like way more guns here than people. But I could have read that wrong. I think California, like, because California's a little different, I'm not gonna lie. What's the West? Cali even has a lot. Yeah, California has a lot. But I think, like, the thing is, too, you guys, the West has some states that really drag the West down. Like, what the fuck is Utah doing? You know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah, the mag size. That's true. Everyone thinks of Cali as LA, the rest of Cali. Yeah, like Fresno and all that. You're right about that. Utah, they out shooting too. I guess I just kind of stereotype Utah as the Mormons. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's probably me just being ignorant, which it is, but you know. Not gonna lie, what the fuck Idaho's doing? This speed, Nick. Got him.
Put them down.
Keep putting them down, guys. This is just a never-ending horde. The North Sea sections of America is the weakest. I think New York and Philly, like, really make up, well, I guess Boston a little bit.
I'll put them down.
West clearing east? Yeah.
Should soften them up.
Okay. I've been all over the country. What I should do here is get close and... Damn! I thought that was gonna wrap it up. Fuck. Let me run back to my corner. But if I asked my dad, he'd agree with you, Petty. He'd 100%. He'd 100%. Skratsx do a poll? Bet. Bet. Who's winning? South, North. Here we go. Poll up. Who's winning? Just because one cowboy in Texas has 12 guns doesn't mean he can fire them all at once. I'm sitting out. I can't judge accurately. Phyllis, if you don't pick the West, stay in the UK. The pressure. You also have to think about southern terrain versus West. U.S. Southerns could hide in the swamps. The Wild West. Like, I've also lived. I haven't lived in the north, but I've lived everywhere else. Ooh, I think the argument here: U.S. Westerners can hide in the hills and the mountains. I feel like we're stuck between West and South here. It's between West and South. That's all it is. It's literally stuck between the West and the South. That's what we're looking at. You know? So, these trees and mountain ranges are great for guerrilla warfare. True. Looks like we're at an impasse. Looks like we're at an impasse. But the better question, low-key, who has the better food out of the regions? I can't see. Hold on. All I'm saying is, anytime y'all want to come to the woods, swamps, and get fucked up, pull up. Most of the population in cities ain't none of them in the mountains. There's a good bit in the mountains, to be fair. There's a good bit that live in the mountains in California and stuff. Because a lot of people, when you think California, you just think Los Angeles or San Francisco, right? But there's a lot. There's like a good bit of people there. I'd say East only because New York has the most diverse food. That's a good point. I'm the only one rooting North. Yeah, North is getting cleared. North is getting cleared. The South has the best food? Sacramento County has more people than some states. Yeah, like, a lot of people just think Los Angeles. You know? Cali, New York, best food? I agree. I would agree with that. Having lived both places, I will agree. Damn, Cali didn't win. Tally died again, bro. This should be it. He did it. California, half the state is homeless. The homeless population is my baby mama from Cali. With nothing to lose. That's true.
That gap's still here. Want it for target practice?
Leave it there. You know what they are. If it gets into Normandy's computers.
There's more.
You said it yourself. No one's ever found one intact.
That's true, but I'm not sure it's worth the risk, Shepard.
There's no time to debate and tell.
Here we go.
Come on.
It honestly feels like half of the state is homeless. That's how I feel if I go into Dallas, to be fair, though. Downtown is bad.
Open the port side airlock.
There's a lot in downtown. That's because they're from the South. A lot of people, I think that, like, a lot of people do tend, did I miss an action? Yeah, if we gave the homeless guns, it'd be a wrap for you all. True. Don't be petty.
We're clear. Go.
We did it. We got the Reaper IFF and a companion. Look at us. Boom. Boom. Easy.
I think we need to discuss the unique piece of salvage we recovered. For now, we've stored it in Edie's AI core. We need better equipment to fight the Reapers.
You're trying to start a
would
fucking
be
purge.
invaluable to Cerberus' cyber weapons division.
We'll have to disagree on that, ma'am. I saw enough of these things I didn't
Standing cash bounty for an intact gas.
Even helmet close to LA, full of tweaking gun shooting right next. I'm telling you, just Texas versus CH's clearing. I didn't talk to
I'm
it.
not deciding one way or the other until I know what we've got here.
We gotta talk to
I
him.
want to start it up. Interrogate it.
If we activate it, there is no guarantee we can deactivate it again.
Bullets can.
That's not what I...
Thank you.
Damn, I forgot all about Jacob.
Recommendations. I've made my decision.
Tally's gonna freak when she hears about this. So what about this Reaper IFF?
That's a nice joke.
I have determined how to integrate it with our systems. However, the device is Reaper
Boring ass
technology.
Jacob, I'm saying.
It is important we test it thoroughly
Oh, yeah,
before
man,
attempting the
the entire
Omega-4
time.
relay.
I'm so serious.
It will take some time to
I don't know what's
integrate
like.
with
I'm
our
just going with the story.
Let me know when it's done. Until then, we keep
You
building
know,
our team.
I'm trying, Sora. I'm trying to get us there.
Immediately.
I'll let you know when the IFF is ready for shakedown.
I'm trying to get us there, bruh. You know, we're getting there. Why'd I get Renegade? What happened? I need to up my weapon damage. Bro's wanna knock what he is. Like, I'm trying. Go talk to Legion? I will. I need to upgrade these weapons. Legion's in the med bay with Dr. Chakwas. So I said, fuck what you talking about? Get to the action. Yeah, he's like, this is a nice convo and everything, but like, come on, bruh. New companions in the room connected to Dr. Chakwa's room. Alright. I see Black Shepherd still trying to Kirby the whole universe with that fucking sniffer of a nose. You know what it is. You know what it is. I heard some people like big noses, so, you know, we're trying to unlock something.
We have a Geth down in the AI core. Makes me a little uneasy. I hope you don't activate him. You would know best.
Is there anything I should know?
Nothing right now. Anything else, Commander?
That's it. We still got Kelly to work on, too. Yeah. Kelly's gonna be in the harem. Trust me, Kelly's getting in the harem. Kelly, Samara, you know, all of them. We're gonna get as many as we can. What's up, Dr. Chakwas?
How may I help you, Commander?
Oh, I thought she was gonna have a line.
See you later, Doctor.
Commander.
I thought she was gonna have a line. They should let me Dr. Chakwas be in the harem too, for real. What it is, what it is. What's up?
I'm turning this thing back on. Be ready.
Did you say Dr. Chalk Kid? No, Dr. Chakwas. Chakwas.
I have isolated our systems and erected additional firewalls. I am prepared to resist any hacking attempt.
Geth meth, same thing. You know? He did help us. That is a nose, isn't it? That nose is just... Man, that's a nose. What if you just like self-destructed and blew up the whole ship and that was just the end of the game? I don't mean to flex, but I'm 4-3. Damn. Damn.
Can you understand me?
Yes.
Are you going to attack me?
No.
You said my name aboard the Reaper. Have we met?
We know of
Why character creators always trying us black folks,
Yeah.
right?
We have never met.
Good Burger 2 official in the works? Yep.
You and I haven't.
I saw the announcement when I woke up.
We are all Geth.
I'm excited, but also nervous.
You are Shepard, Commander, Alliance.
You know, I'm excited, and I hope it's good, but I'm still a little bit nervous.
What do you mean, heretics?
I swear to God, if they ruin that movie, that's what I'm worried about.
The heretics asked
Because the thing I'm worried about, as we said about like Rush Hour 4, is comedies now.
hardware to protect our future.
Like, when was the last time they made a good comic movie? You know? He has lore speak.
So you aren't allied with the Reapers?
We oppose the heretics. We
Like-
oppose the old machines.
When was the last good one?
Opposes the old machines. Shepard Commander opposes the heretics.
Kevin Hart been carrying comedy movies? Yeah, it's literally just Kevin Hart. You know? It's because, like, I've heard a lot of comedians, bro, Joe Dirt 2, trash, Zoolander 2, trash. Yep. That's what I'm worried about. It's because now I feel like a lot of comedians are a little scared. You know? Now they want to ruin Good Burger. I swear to God, if that movie gets ruined, bro. I feel like they're scared to write jokes, you know? Because someone's going to complain.
Are you asking to join us?
Yes.
Then what should I call you?
Geth.
I mean you.
Apparently Cocaine Bear is pretty funny. I don't know if that word is TOS.
What is the individual in front
I've heard about Cocaine Bear, but I haven't seen it.
There is no individual. We are Gath. There are currently 1,183 programs active within this platform.
My name is Legion, for we are many.
Well, that seems appropriate.
Christian Bible, the Gospel of Mark, chapter 5, verse 9. We acknowledge this is an appropriate metaphor. We are Legion, a terminal of the Gath. We will integrate into normal.
They probably are going to ruin that movie, aren't they?
We anticipate the exchange of data. Shepard Commander.
I'd like to find out more about you.
We have a lot of commands.
Please try again later.
I have to get back to work.
Acknowledged.
97% chance they ruin it? Yeah. It's because they're going to try too hard to not offend anybody. I think it'll be cringe. Yeah. Tally mission? You know it.
What's this area of the ship?
The sick bay.
Oh, let's go talk to Amara real quick. Samara real quick. It probably will be cringe. I feel like they're going to try too hard, unfortunately. And how old are they now? There's no way they're going to be... Yeah, that's true. I think I need to sleep. I'm not feeling so... Yeah, get some rest, Sora. Get some rest. Remember, guys, if you need anything, hit me up. Bet. I say we go to not caring if someone's offended. Right?
A bit. I would like that.
Right? Like, just tell the joke. Tell the joke.
You have been a good...
Yeah, we hope you feel better. Ooh. What's the right one? We want more here. Mike Epps, Will Smith, Marlon Wayans, look at their comedy now in comparison. They can't be the same characters because they matured. That's true. That's true. I need the right line here. You come on that quick if you want. Message me before you fuck, please. Got you. Got you. He said, please. I got you. I got you. Do we say that we want more? Social media has ruined us. It really has. Everyone, like, people worry too much about, like, that vocal minority. That's like, I can't believe this joke was made. And it's just ruining it. That's why we have no comedies, to be fair. Social media is crazy, though. It is. It's wild. What do we do here? Everybody got a phone in their hand and an opinion. Yeah, we've said this before, but I feel like the internet made everyone feel like their opinions matter when most of them don't. You know? But people also say the most wild shit on there. True. I don't think Samara locks you out of any other romance. Yeah, I just don't want to ruin our chances with Samara. I'm not worried about the other romances because no one mentions her. Because of the internet. The Chronically Online and the Parasocials. Those two groups, holy shit. I want more? Alright, here we go.
Samara, we have a connection.
I would not have dreamed that one so young could touch me. But Shepard, you must put the thought from your mind. It can never be.
Samara, it can be. You just have to open your mind.
The damn Adam Driver memes.
Stronger.
More!
My feelings. If we survive this mission, my oath to you ends. I will be bound by the code again. That makes a relationship impossible.
Okay. Do I just go for it? We just go for it here, right? We just go for it here. We have to.
Nothing says we have to start a relationship.
Shepard, I am flattered by your persistence.
Just keep going. We have to.
If I were a maiden, I'd drag you to the floor right now. But I am not a maiden, and sex without emotion simply doesn't interest me. It will not be. Accept it.
Damn, did we fumble here? Did we fumble? Did we choose the wrong options here? Like, damn. We fumbled. Damn. Let's see. Let's try it again. Live with your fumble? No, I'll reload. You don't know me.
How are you?
I will reload.
Perhaps we could speak later. I wish to meditate.
How are you?
Perhaps we could speak later. I wish to meditate.
Fuck!
I should go.
Of course.
I think we're gonna have to reload here. I think we have to reload. We gotta try it again. Look, I can't live with this fumble. We worked too hard to get Samara for this fumble. You feel me? And you gotta speak to Legion again? I'm fine with that. Tried knocking her chakra from her chest to her head. You're right. You're right. You know what we're gonna have to do? You know that scene in Avatar: The Last Airbender? We're gonna have to overtake her aura with our own. You know? We're gonna have to do that thing where it's like the red and the blue here, and our blue aura is gonna have to take over. Oh.
As you were.
Yes, sir. Tenhut.
Can you understand? You said my name.
You are.
What do you mean?
We cooperation.
My name is
Well,
Legion.
that seems appropriate.
We anticipate the exchange.
All right, we did it.
Data.
We get it. Try this again. Speed run, you know how it is. Yo, what's up, Samara? What's good? What's up?
Shepard,
I thought we could chat a bit.
I would like that.
Okay, she likes to chat. We're good. Commander Riz, exactly.
You have been a good friend to me.
I'm not trying to be a friend. I want more.
Samara, we have a connection.
I would not have dreamed that one so young could touch me. But
Okay.
Shepard,
New discovery and romance dialogue. Always use the Paragon dialogue.
Samara, it can be. You just have to open your mind.
I serve a code stronger and deeper than any feelings. If we survive this mission, my oath to you ends. I will be bound by the code again.
You know you just did the same thing that broke it before?
Impossible.
See, this is what... Let's try the friends part. Hold on.
Of course. Perhaps.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to reload it.
Of course.
Let's try the top again. Because, like, being like, yeah, I'm glad we're friends, I feel like that ends it. You know what I mean? I feel like we're stuck. One more time. One more time. It's not fair they didn't let us have a Kasumi route, but what it is.
I thought we could chat a bit.
I would like that.
I thought there may have been an option I wasn't paying attention to. Or a Paragon thing. Alright, here we go.
You have been a good friend to me.
Good friend. Blah, blah, blah.
That means a lot to me.
Like, I'm not
We
trying...
both still live when this is done. You may call upon me for aid.
Here we go, bro.
I will come for you, Shepard.
See, that's the wrong version of the word, bro. Like, we're getting OME. That's not what I want. See? This is what we get for listening to Legate. You just did the same thing, dumbass. Look how it turned out. Now we're fucking friend zone, Legate. Look at him. You got us friend zone. Shut the fuck up. Let's reload. Jesus. Look at it. Okay. Look at it. Fucking friend zoned. This is why you don't listen. Friend zone. Oh, I'm so glad we're friends. I'll come for you. Wrong version of the word. What do we do here? Now we're stuck. We're stuck. We're stuck here. Damn it. Damn it.
You don't know the way.
Let's do another mission. We'll come back and talk to her. Yeah. Wrong version of the word. It is. I'm not trying to see OME here. That's not what we're after, Samara. I'm not trying to be friends. I'm not trying to be friends. Come on. Come on. We gotta do Tally's quest. We'll deal with Samara after Tally's quest. Look it up. She has no sex scene. Let's see. I'll look it up later. There's in this game. So we have to set it up for next game. So we can't go friend zone. You're setting me up. Share the sexy in third. Okay, that's what I like to hear. Thank you. So we have to do this the right way. We can't friend zone it. We cannot friend zone. You know what I'm saying? No, you can go pair zone, gone friend zone. Why would we friend zone? Why would we do that though? Oh, we need mass relay. Mass relay. If you do the other way, she dislikes you. Oh my god. Let's get gas. We'll see if we have more dialogue options. That's what I need. You know what I'm saying? Let me see. Let's Google this. Bro, just let him play. You gotta do tally. Yeah, we're doing tally. We're doing tallies. Let's see. Stage 1. Let's talk. We did that. So it says, I want more. I don't accept that. It says we should have had a dialogue option that says everybody needs comfort. She not going to let you speed run to the coup? Unfortunately not. We got to put the work in. I thought because she wasn't a serious one, you know, maybe we could, you know, just speed run it. But I guess we can't. But it says there should be another dialogue option. That's the issue. We don't have it. Maybe you didn't put the right dialogue options earlier in the game? Did I not? Let's see. Let's go back to stage 1. It doesn't say anything about the options. It's just you have to talk to her. Because when I talked to her earlier, it was all Paragon. And so it was good, but we just don't have the extra option we need. I wonder why, to be honest. But Samara ain't gonna let you smash anyway if you locked into a romance by Mass Effect 3. Oh, we fumbled so hard, bro. We fumbled. God. The F in Mass Effect stands for fumbled, bro. It's nothing to worry about too much anyway. I'm just trying to get the harem here. We're trying to get the best ending. And the harem ending is what we need. Damn it. Damn. If only Kasumi didn't like boring ass Jacob, you know what I'm saying? Who do we take here? Is Legion good? BRB Bubble Guts? Yo, I'm sorry. I hope you feel better. I hope you feel better. Who do we take with us? Obviously we're taking Tally. Who else do we... Who else? I know we're taking Tally, but who do we take with us? We take Legion with us? For this mission, that's why you waited until after... Oh, okay, yeah, that's right. That's right, I forgot that. You're right. Well, that's fine. Tally. Jesus, we got a lot of points. Legion has created redundant systems for its critical increasing health. Assassin. We don't need AI hacking, right? I feel like AI hacking is kind of meh. We'll save the points for the shield. We'll save it for the shield. All right, it's time for Tally. Do we even have time to romance Tally in this game? Do what you think is best for the character build? I'm gonna wait for we get the shield. I feel like the shield's better. No, yeah, there's no time, right? How is she a romance option though?
We'd like a security and quarantine team to meet us. Our ship is not clean.
Understood. Approach exterior docking cradle 17.
You have to do her companion quest earlier to romance her. Oh, so we just don't have enough time. Oh well. She's more of a friend vibe anyway, right? I'm cool with not romancing Tally here.
Get that damn thing off my ship before you start an incident that makes the Ascension Project fiasco with Cerberus look like...
You chose to do it after the Reaper IFF. Yeah.
The Geth is with me. I'll take responsibility for it.
The hell you will. This is my ship. If it goes hostile, it's my responsibility. I want
Someone's at my door.
I'm letting you aboard as a favor to Tally. The gate is too much. Leave it on your ship.
Tally's a little sis anyway. Hold on, someone's at my door. Hold on, one second. It was a DoorDash driver. It was. There's just this dude with this giant ass beard just standing at the door, holding my food like this. He was literally just like this. And he just handed it. Like, bro, set the food down. Stop cradling it. What are you doing?
This is your ship and I'm a
You know?
guest, but Legion is part of my team. Unless you want to shoot me, we're both coming aboard.
Or I could kick you both off. No one here likes Geth or Cerberus. I can't guarantee your safety.
Weirdo.
Guide them away from the more
Texas has the weirdest DoorDash drivers. I'm saying, like, just set the food down. Why are you cradling it?
They're charging you with bringing active Geth into the fleet as part of the
Weirdos.
project.
That's insane. I never brought active Geth aboard. I only sent parts and pieces.
Let's deal with that later, Tally. What's our next step, Captain?
Technically, I'm under orders to place Tali Zora under arrest pending the hearing. So, Tali, you're confined to this ship.
Damn.
Trial is over.
So we tossed Miranda in the trash and decided we didn't want her cake? No, we voted that we are indeed romancing Miranda.
Good luck.
Chat voted. I was torn, and we are going the Miranda route. So we're getting the Miranda cake. You know what I'm saying? Send help. Oh, God. Oh, I hate those times.
I can't believe they're charging Tali Zora with such a thing.
I hate those times.
The captain let it get onto
So we're going this way.
I'm lodging a complaint.
Okay. Their suits are so cool, though, huh?
Tali Zora was Normandy. I am glad you came. I could delay them only so long.
Auntie Ron, Shepard Vas Normandy, this is Admiral Shalaron Vas Tonbe. She's a friend of my father's. Wait, Ron, you called me Vas Normandy.
I'm afraid I did, Tali. The Admiralty Board moved to have you tried under that name, given your departure from the Nema.
I guess we should get started. Does Tally have a defense?
We're gonna
counsel?
save Tally.
Someone who speaks for her side?
Indeed.
Is this a fighting mission, or are we just doing trial?
She is part of your crew now, recognized by Quarian law. And remember, an accused is always represented by his or her ship's captain.
I'm representing some fighting? Okay.
You would actually speak for my defense.
Damn right.
Everything in my power to help you, Tally.
Thank you, Shepard. I could not ask
I'm fighting for my life right now. I'm so sorry, Grab. I am so sorry, bruh. I hate those times.
Present the truth as best you
I hate those times.
It will have to be enough. Now come. I promised that I would not delay you.
McDonald's from last night is winning. Oh, God. Ooh. This place isn't too ugly. So they don't even take their helmets off on their own ship? I think you might have fucked it up if you just started the trial, but try anyways. Was there something else I was supposed to do? We'll see. How come they don't take their masks off on their own planet? Like, shouldn't they be fine here?
This conclave is brought to order. Blessed are the ancestors who kept us alive
Got unlocked. Let's see what happens. It isn't a plan. Oh, it's just their ship. My bad. You're right. It's just their ship.
The accused Talia Zora Vas Normandy has come with her captain to defend herself against a charge of treason.
Security. A Geth is present in the courtroom. Does Talia Zora think to affect this hearing with threats?
Captain Donna allowed the Geth aboard. Do you intend to second-guess the Raya's captain, Admiral Chorus?
Got him. Yeah, shut up. Shut up. Chorus.
Shepard Vas Normandy. Your crew member Talia Zora.
You're supposed to find proof of Tally's innocence in dialogue.
Will you speak for
Oh. Okay, yeah, I might have to. You're right.
If it helps Tali, I will. But in her heart, she remains Tali Zora Vas Nima, a proud member of the migrant fleet.
Let's see. Yeah, I might have to
I
reload.
regret that her captain is forbidden to stand at her side today.
Nobody has been forbidden from anything. It is
Your Paragon might be enough to not need proof. Okay, let's hope. Let's hope so. Also be ready for Paragon pop-ups. Got you.
Admirals, please.
I remember what you were saying. I can hear the sound when it pops up now that I'm paying attention. As long as I'm not talking over it.
You're accused of
Which I often am.
Guests to the migrant fleet. What say you?
Tali would never endanger the migrant fleet. She pleads not.
Also, how long do you think it's going to take to beat Mass Effect 3?
To pick up. My father ordered me to do so, but I would never send active Geth to the fleet. Everything I sent was disabled and harmless.
Then explain how Geth seized the lab.
About as long as this game, or maybe a few hours more. Okay. Bet.
What are you talking about? What happened?
As far as we can tell, Tali, the Geth have killed everyone on the Alarai. Your father included.
What?
Damn.
Keela.
I appreciate the need for this trial, Admirals. But right now, our first concern must be the safety of the migrant fleet. The Normandy stands ready to assist in whatever capacity necessary.
Thank you. Quarian strike teams have attempted to retake the ship, so far without success.
Okay, so this is the fighting part. We got it.
The safest course would be to simply destroy the ship. But if you are looking for an honorable
We got this.
instead of exile,
I'm looking for my father, you bastet!
You intend to retake the Alarai from the Geth?
You got this, yeah. Yeah, we got it.
Extremely dangerous.
With your permission.
So does the trial just, like, resume after this? I mean, I know the spoilers, but...
And Tali needs to find her father.
Agreed. And if you die on this worthy mission, Tali, we will
Yeah, it
see
resumes.
your names
Okay.
cleared of these charges.
we can discuss that later.
Then it is decided. You will attempt to retake the Alarai.
Not attempt, we will,
You are
damn it.
hereby given leave to depart the Raya. The shuttle will be waiting at the secondary docking hangar.
Bet.
Be safe, Tali. This hearing will resume upon your return, or upon determination that you have been killed in action.
Okay.
Thank you for agreeing to take back the Alarai, Shepard. The Admiral sounds sure that my father is already dead, but... I don't know. We won't know anything until we get there.
How are you holding up? They just threw a lot of fire at you.
What a way to find out that your dad may be dead, huh?
I knew this would be bad, but I guess you're never really prepared to be charged with treason. And my father, I don't know.
But that robot with the Alexa voice?
I don't know for
Smash.
certain that he's dead.
You know what it is. Smash.
And I need to find out.
After this, I believe you have to do the Legion companion quest. Okay.
Let's go.
Okay.
Right. The sooner we
So it's that, then it's just the last, the end game, right?
Secondary docking hangar is through the conclave chamber where you are now. The shuttle.
You
Yeah?
set
Okay.
me up, Shala. You told Captain Donna not to say anything? I don't hear that my father may be dead until I'm in the trial? Why?
The Admirals needed to hear the shock in your voice, Tali. Otherwise, they might not have let you try to retake the Alarai. That is your best chance at recovering evidence that can exonerate you.
Oh, now we're gonna go get evidence.
Sorry, we cannot afford sensitivity, Tali.
I know you're trying to help her, Admiral, but that was over the line.
She has nobody else to speak for her, Shepard. I am doing everything in my power. That's what her father would have wanted.
Don't say it like that.
W, I'm glad I was wrong. I wasn't sure.
On that ship.
Yeah, we'd have definitely reloaded. That's the great thing about this, you know. When we mess up, fuck it, just reload. You know what I'm saying? We got to. Can't talk to you. Can't talk to you.
Tali, I'm glad Admiral
His suit is cool.
let you leave to hit the Alarai. Hopefully you'll find something that clears your name.
I'm more concerned with finding my father, Admiral.
I wish you luck.
Hi again, gang.
Geth on the
Hi,
way.
Beck. How was cleaning up the wardrobe? How was it?
You got Admiral
There's a part of the end game that needs to be heavily backseated for everyone to survive, and I'm not sure if you prefer that or not. Backseated. Alicia just finished. It was never ending.
I get the sense you're inclined to believe the defense.
Into 120 odd dresses. Damn. But yeah, Legate, backseat away. I actually really do appreciate your backseating. Like earlier, I was joking, for the record. Like, I really do appreciate it. It's cool. I'd rather everybody live, you know what I'm saying? I'd rather everybody live so we have them for the next game. We need all the romance options.
Thanks for the
You know?
information.
Hang in there, kid.
Thank you, Admiral.
Here we go. Alright, we talk to him.
Judging by your ability to play to a crowd, human, I have done Tali a favor by stripping Vas Nima from her name.
Commander Shepard, this is Admiral Zalkoris Vas Quib.
Quib.
Do not ask about the name.
I take no pleasure.
Vas Quib.
Truly, you have gravely endangered and dishonored our fleet.
We should move on.
Yeah, we don't have much to say to him.
Be well.
I'm surprised to hear you say that.
I don't.
We don't have much to say about that.
I just think your father's plans for
These names, they're crazy. Quib. That's Quib. Alright, here we go. Up the ramp we go. 120 dresses is crazy. That's a lot. I feel like I need to get rid of t-shirts and stuff, but it's hard for me to throw them away. I'm like a t-shirt hoarder.
Ass and she jumped. I was being fair. I didn't say, yo, Kate, you lying bitch. I don't believe.
That's what they're saying to Tali. That's what they're saying to Tali.
Is that really a Geth, Talizora? The guards at the docking bay said.
Don't worry, it's under our control. With luck, it will help us retake the Alarai.
If you say so. Per Admiral Rand's orders, a shuttle is prepared for you and Captain Shepard Vas Normandy.
Alright, we're ready.
Head to the Alarai.
Let's do it.
Of course. I'll unlock the shuttle now. Good luck with those Geth, Talizora. Kira Selai.
Alright. Rare Geth W, I'm saying. It's good we got him. Okay, here we go. Open the door.
Sensor contact. Taking test. Under. Fire.
Oh look, we turned one over. Good. He's on our side. Oh, that's actually cool. Also, after Legion mission should be the Miranda scene. Bad. I wonder who has the best scene. Well, do you not see him? Jesus. He just walked right past him. Who has I know there's a best romance, but who has the best scene? You know? I think Miranda also? Okay. I'm excited to see. Got him. Dead as hell. Alright, moving on. Man, I wish there was a jump button. You know? Jump button would be nice. Also, so this one wouldn't stir as much controversy up as the first. They had to cut down on nudity. Oh, so there's like, oh, so because of Mass Effect 1, the scene is not as good as the Liara scene was. That's tough. The Liara scene was good. No, it's longer. Oh.
This is one of the storage units I sent to Father.
Oh, we're getting our investigation pieces.
Looks like parts from a disabled.
It's longer, just zero nudity shown.
Plus a
Okay.
reflex algorithm that I didn't recognize.
That's fine.
I got this on Haystrom.
Does that
I'm sure someone put in like mods and stuff for it.
No, I don't know.
I'm guessing they did.
I checked everything I sent here. I
Mass Effect 3 has the return of nudity.
It might be too dangerous, prone to
Goated game.
uncontrolled reactivation or self-repair.
You bet they have, and I have them.
That I got sloppy and sent something dangerous.
There you go.
My father actually did all this.
That's what we like to hear. This one, nope. This one. This one. Boom. I've extended romance scenes plus full romance scenes with pubic hair. That's an interesting detail addition. Very interesting. Okay.
Who's running the system diagnose?
Any clues? You. Oh. Wow. Oh, I actually didn't see him. That was actually good. With mods? Yeah. Mods goated. Okay. Any evidence in here or nah? Wall safe. Where you at? There's a ton of Skyrim, super detailed. I'm not surprised by Skyrim, to be honest with you. Skyrim's not surprising. There we go. That was an easy hack. Like Nazim, bad. Isn't this? I haven't played Skyrim in so long. Nazim. Is that just the name of the mod, or is that a? Yep, I knew there.
Enemies detected. Under fire.
It's a character that everyone hates. Why am I using my shotgun?
Want some more?
It was a joke, but if you don't play Skyrim, it's not funny. I haven't played it in forever, to be fair. It's been a long time. Like 3-ish years or so. Damn it. I wish Shepard wouldn't have stood up there, but it is what it is. Okay, we're still fine.
Sensor contact.
Give me that.
Combat drone ready.
Oh, shit. Oh, let's get the wall safe real quick. There we go. Boom. Played that. So I don't have to do it again. Alright, let's go. That's better.
Right.
ME1 nudity, ME2 no nudity, ME3 partial. Got it.
Get ready to go.
Got it. I'm still excited for this though. I feel like these romances have been a long time coming, you know? Damn, Tally.
Warning, enemy using optical camouflage.
How do they not see this motherfucker right here? Tally dying on her own mission. I feel like this happens every time.
Target eliminated.
He's doing work though. He's doing some serious work. This Geth guy, he's doing work. Oh shit. Like he's putting in some actual work. Oh, they're both fucking dead. Never mind, I take back what I said. I take back what I said about him doing work. Alright, stand your terrible asses up. I carried. Easy. Give me the med kits. Is there anything else in here that we may... Up, over there. Open. Let's keep pushing. Boom. Did it. Yeah, everyone dies on their own missions for some reason. Okay. More evidence.
The console might have something. Most of the data is corrupted, but a few...
We love the evidence that we're getting.
They were performing experiments on Geth systems, looking for new ways to overcome Geth resistance to reprogramming.
Could any of that data clear your name?
Doubtful.
Damn.
This is mostly results data, effects of different disruptive hacking techniques. I don't understand all of it.
I'm a hacker.
They may have been activating the Geth deliberately. I don't know. Nothing here says specifically, but if they were, then Father was doing something terrible. What was all this, Father? You promised you'd build me a house on the homeworld. Was this going to bring us back home?
Bad idea.
Maybe it's time for your people to let go of reclaiming your world from the Geth.
What do you mean, your people?
You have no idea what it's like.
At almost every dialogue in the file of mission, an important choice is made. Oh, God.
Away from extinction.
Have the quarry
It's gonna be stressful.
colonizing a new world.
Can't wait for that.
Difficulty reacclimating to our own native environment. Adjusting for exposure to a foreign...
Can't wait for that.
Even harder. It's the difference...
Yo, what's up, Sheps? How are you? What's up? I've got all the answers memorized. Good. We may need that. We may need that. Are they timed answers? How are you, Sheps?
Come on.
How goes it? Save, so we don't have to do that again. Not timed? Okay, perfect. I'm fantastic. Just got off Zero Dawn. How do you like it? I haven't played Zero Dawn. Always great vibes, my guy. That's what we like to hear. That's what we like to hear, Sheps. Down. Oh, there's a guy right here. I got him. Did Tally just die again? She did, bro. That game slaps. Does it? Are you playing on PC or are you playing it on console? Got him. Oh. How'd they get past everybody? We're dead. We're dead. No! They got past everybody. Oh my God. They got past everybody. PlayStation? Okay. I think there's a PC version. I just never... It's a moving, Tally. Jesus, bro. Shepard, please. Heal. Heal, heal, heal. Yeah, we're dead. Shepard! He won't duck behind cover. I highly recommend it. The graphics and story are on point. I'm gonna have to play it. Shepard L. You go over there.
Altering position.
You go over there.
Got it.
Warning. Enemy using.
I'm equipping the SMG. Common Shepherd L. Next. His biggest W is punching the news reporter. That was crazy. Graphics and story are on point. I gotta try it. I have to. We're just vanguarding. Who died? How did he? I got you, Tally. Come up here. Yeah, get bold. Get bold, buddy. Oh, I see you. Please. Got him. Tally, what are you doing? Come on up here, buddy. We're dead. Tally. Oh my god, bro. Huge W's. We're trying. We're trying. Fucking I'm telling you. Actually, you stand right here, bud.
Assuming fortified position.
Yeah. Tally, kill him, please.
Taking hits.
Fucking, come on, Tally. He's right there. I got it. Gee, nothing gets the job done right like doing it yourself, you know? Sometimes you have to. Put Tally right in front of the door. She will be a wall of meat. There's another one, bro. I got him. Don't worry. Oh, shit. They get real bold. There's another one. I got him, Tally. Don't worry. Legion's doing better than Tally. 100%. Is Tally just gonna sit? Tally's just gonna keep sitting in that corner not doing anything, isn't she? Alright, go over there. Go over there.
On it.
Tally should probably sit right here. Sit right there. Move. I swear to God, if they walk by Tally. Tally! Tally, he's right there, bro. Oh my God. Tally's just not. Yeah, he's dead. He's dead. Got him. Alright, are we good, guys? Looks like we're holding up. Fire this one? Yeah, we have to. She's selling. Someone's gonna try to run up the stairs. She doesn't deserve her job after that. Yeah, I feel like we gotta kick her off the squad. The drone's not worth it. The drone's not worth this kind of incompetence. Up. Let's see. Popping one time. One time. Oh, she's doing just sitting and shitting. Exact. She's not even. She let him up, bro. Tally, switch with me. Okay. Someone's coming in over there. Got him. Just one time, just to make sure. Got him. Tally will be meat shield for you on your side. Yeah, that's. Oh, here comes another one. Good, good. Here comes another one. There's two coming. Tally, get behind cover. What are you doing? Oh my God. We're dead, bro. She let him walk right up to me. She literally just let him walk right to me, bro. Sit down, please. Good, thank you. I'm not popping out. I'm not popping out. I'm not popping out. Where did Tali go? Where did she go? What is she doing? Use the pistol, woman. Jesus Christ. In bed watching a movie with the homies. Nothing feels better than your homies pounding you to the "Are you still there?" Netflix screen. We did it. Oh my god. We did it. Tali isn't gonna get any of Shepard after that. Yeah, she's 100%, bro. She's straight friend zone. I call that a W. I'll take it. You know, it only took a few tries. Honestly, I feel like after that, we should just let her go to jail for real. Let her be exiled. With that performance, that was crazy. That was absolutely wild. Yeah, fuck her. I'm saying. Oh, and then she figures out her dad's dead. Oh, that's tough.
No. You always had a plan. Masked life signs or an onboard medical
That's tough.
program. Maybe.
Yeah. GG's.
They're wrong. You wouldn't just die like this.
He did. He got clipped. Don't feel bad because of your awful performance.
You can't.
He was trying to help you, Tali. The only way he knew how.
Damn. Yeah, bye. Rip Bozo.
Of course he did.
Rip Bozo. That's tough.
All about what he wanted. I wanted a father.
Tali,
Take the sick leave time and let me see his face without a helmet in the way. Instead, I got.
I mean, if you want to see his face out of his helmet, just take his helmet off. He's still here.
And a panel of admirals who think I'm a traitor. Those were my father's gifts to me.
Yep.
Oh, what a shot! And the best military training in the Quarian fleet.
You're right. I know what he'd do.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang! Bang!
Yep, that's what's about to happen. We're going to go back to the gunfights, you know.
Maybe he left a message.
Tali, if you are listening, then I am dead. The Geth have gone active. I don't have much time.
We won't forget about this, Tali. You know, we can't let this go.
You'll need to destroy it to stop their VI processes from forming new neural links. Make sure Hangel and Darozen see the data. They must.
Thanks, Dad.
He knew you.
Yeah, I don't feel bad for Tali after that performance. She got me killed like 3 times. So what's one death?
It's not what you
You know?
wanted, but it's the best he could do.
I don't know what's worse. Thinking
Common
he
Tali L,
really
I'm saying.
cared, or thinking that he did, and that this was the only way he could show it. It doesn't matter. One way or the other, I care. And I'm here. And we're ending this.
Alright, I mean, I don't have faith that we're ending it, but you know, it is what it is. What's in here? Med kit. More proof that Tali's the worst romance in existence. Yeah, I'm not having faith in her. Boom, give me the shmoneys. Yes, sir. Give me the shmoneys. There you go, okay. Opens the door. I need this. I didn't mean to have that gun out. I'm not gonna lie to you. We're judging a character based off his poor in-game AI. Hey, man. Sometimes, you know, you have no choice but to. Jesus Christ, that shotgun.
Acknowledged.
Got it. Hostile drone.
First of all, I straight up told her to go over to the other side. At least Legion's doing something. I like Legion. I actually like Legion. I'm not mad at him. Oh. Legion's dead. At least he survived longer than that loser. True. What's up, bruh? What's up? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. We did it. You gotta get that Geth seat. We did it. Give me the ammo. Get the evidence.
Console is linked to the main hub
Woo!
I mentioned. Disable it
Easy.
to shut down any Geth we missed. It looks like some of the recordings remained intact. They'll tell us how this happened, what Father did.
You sound like you don't really want to hear it.
No,
Sounds like her dad was a bad guy, huh?
I know. This is terrible, Shepard.
The objective marker in this game is such a small but huge upgrade. Yes. Without that, oh my god. Could you imagine if this game had the map from last game?
From your daughter will let us add 2 more Geth to the network.
We're nearing a breakthrough on systemic virus.
Like, could you imagine if it had the Mass Effect 1 map? Holy.
Just to be safe.
No, we're too close.
That'd be trash.
I promised to build my daughter a house on the
God, that'd be horrible. All I'd do is complain.
while the politicians argue. We'd have an easier time of it if Tali Zora could send back more working material. Absolutely not. I don't want Tali exposed to any political blowback.
Too late.
Leave Tali out of this. Assemble a new Geth with what we have. Bypass security protocols if need be.
It sounds like he was doing this for you.
I never wanted this, Shepard.
Too late.
Keela, I know
She got the blowback.
this. Everything here is his fault. I tried to pretend it didn't point to him, but when this comes up in the
Are you gonna stream till the game is done? Not today. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna finish the game tomorrow and go right into Mass Effect 3. Kind of like we did at the end of Mass Effect 1. You know?
We're not going
That's how we're gonna do it.
anything here. Let's see what the Admirals say once we get back.
You're my captain in this hearing, Shepard. It's your decision. But please, don't destroy what my father was. Come
Oh,
on.
we're gonna destroy him,
Wait
Tali.
too long, they'll decide we're
Your
over
daddy's
then.
going down.
None of this will matter.
Finish up Legion's quest today, and you could begin the very final mission tomorrow. I think we're gonna do both tomorrow.
There has been
I think.
There is no reason to think Tali Zora survived.
Because I'm gonna play Among Us with Barrel on his stream in a little bit. And I don't think we have time.
It's only been a few hours.
I'm hungry. Same. Same. And I have food from
Is the Admiralty Board
from Chipotle.
to render judgment?
Sorry we're late.
Tali Zora Vas Normandy saved the Alarai. I hope this proves
The Alarai.
the Quarian people.
Her loyalty was never in doubt, only her judgment.
Perhaps Tali Zora can offer some.
Bro, and you give me none. I'm sorry. It's because, you know, I figured like Mexican food and bubble guts don't go well, Gravity. I was really thinking about you, you know. I was thinking about your well-being there. You know.
Shepard.
True.
Please.
Mm-hmm. You know.
Does Captain Shepard have any new evidence to submit to this hearing?
I don't need no damn evidence.
But if you want more, I can present the Normandy.
Guess I'll make more
Tali
pizza
also
rolls.
saved
I
from
love
Geth
pizza
forces.
rolls.
Even
I need to
though
get
it's
some.
Quiet for her to sleep well.
We still don't know what happened on the Alarai.
No, Admiral, you don't. But you gave her my name. I'm her captain. I trust her with my life, and I'm telling you that she's innocent.
Could you imagine if your lawyer rolled through this in an American court? You know you're going to jail.
Placed Tali's life in the humans' hands. Would you doubt those words if they came from a Quarian, Captain?
I kind of want those bagel bites too. Haven't had them in a while. I haven't had bagel bites in a while. Straight to jail. Yeah. I'm her lawyer and I know he's innocent.
Are the
Jail.
admirals prepared to render the judgment?
Straight to jail. We don't even need to send it to the jury. Bagel bites sound so good. Yo, watch them do all this deliberation.
Talizora,
Guilty.
in light of your history of service, we do not find sufficient evidence to convict. You are cleared of all charges.
We did it! Yay! Are they just not going to say some of the lines?
With all due respect, Admiral, I didn't represent one of your people. I represented one of mine.
So you did, Shepard.
This hearing is concluded. Go in peace, Talizora vas Normandy. Kila Salai.
Kila Salai.
I can't believe you pulled that off.
Did you succeed? We
What
did.
you said. I've never had anyone speak like that on my behalf. Thank you for
You know how you
being
can
there for my father and
you can
me,
repay me, right?
even when. Thank you.
You know what you know how you can
I
repay
wasn't
me.
gonna let Talizora vas Normandy get exiled on my watch.
Thank you, Captain.
We can use this.
We did it. Oh, we got Tally a new fit. Oh shit, that fit's cool. New fit. Let's check out the new fit real quick.
Commander, Legion would like to talk with you.
Okay. Actually like that one better. Ooh. Kinda gotta see that one. I don't give a fuck about Jacobs. I like that one. Julian's 2. God, Zaid sucks. The black. You should just activate Legion's quest for tomorrow. Okay. What'd you say about Jacob? Forgot about him. And he's boring. You know what I'm saying? Like, boring ass fit. Boring ass guy. She said, who wants to talk to me?
How may I help you, Commander?
Is there anything I should know?
Oh,
Legion would like to speak to you in the AI core on the crew deck. Anything else, Commander?
true. Legion. In medbay. Got it.
That'll be all.
Good luck out there, Shepard.
Thanks, Kelly. Skratsx said there can only be one nigga on the ship, and that's me. You know what I'm saying? Get this nigga out of here. I'm the HNIC around here, you feel me? Me and me alone. Get Jacob off my ship.
Shepard, Commander. We have completed our analysis of the Reaper's data core.
Did you find anything useful?
We were sent to the old machine to preserve the Geth's future. We are prepared to reveal how. The heretics have developed a weapon to use against Geth. You would call it a virus. It is stored on a data core provided by Sovereign.
Pretty sure this mission isn't too long.
The virus will change us.
Alright, so we can do this and then we'll finish the game tomorrow.
The old machines is correct.
Pretty good end game.
You know where this thing is?
Yeah.
The heretics' headquarters station on the edge of the terminus.
Which ending of the game do you think's better? Mass Effect 1, 2, or 3?
Are necessary to safely approach.
I won't let them brainwash your race, especially not to worship Reapers. You have my word on that.
Mass Effect 3 has the worst ending in the trilogy. Okay. Alrighty. Alright, so we got Legion's quest. Let's go see Miranda real quick just in case. There are 4 different endings. Are all 4 of them bad? Or is it just the one? See how she's looking at black. Yeah, they're all pretty
Commander,
sucky.
what can I do for you?
Yo, I'm kind of liking the black jump.
Always.
I'm liking the black
Dealing with a
suit.
few loose ends for Cerberus. We haven't had much free time lately, but I haven't forgotten our earlier discussion. I think we're crazy, but I haven't forgotten. Assuming you're still interested.
Same dialogue you heard. Yeah, I was just trying to see if we could see the black suit.
Glad to hear it. I'll be by the next time things are quiet.
I like the black suit, you know? I like it. Yeah, the black suit. New fit, right? I'm kind of feeling that suit. I just had to come check it out, you know what I'm saying? That's it. That's all. She got something new. Had to see it in person. All right. Combat center. Let's just go to his planet. I feel like that's the migrant fleet. Let's go mass relay. I didn't get gas. Mega help Legion. It's great. Yeah. I like it. I'm rocking with it. After this, you'll have full squad loyalty. Yo, what's up, Glitched? We just finished saving Tally. You know? We don't have enough time to romance her, though, so... You know. We're just gonna dock so we can start that up tomorrow. So we're taking Legion. Love to see it, you know it. I'm not taking Tally after that last performance. I'm taking Miranda, I don't care. Gotta see the suit. No more squad points. I gotta see the black suit some more.
You know, it's just our heat emissions that are hidden, right? They could look.
Miranda will be eye candy for the trip. Exactly.
Windows are structural
you know,
weaknesses.
It's only Legion and me that are really doing work.
These coordinates.
What happened? So she was accused of treason, so we had to go save her, but it turns out it was her dad that was doing the treason stuff. But because we did her mission so late, we don't have time to romance her at all. You know? We have to wait till Mass Effect 3 to try.
Alert. This facility has little aero
you know?
gravity. Geth require neither.
Damn, that suit is nice, isn't it? That's a suit. It's nice. It is nice. I'm liking that.
We've got a job to do. Let's get to it.
Damn, I'm saying like
we concluded that
maybe Mass Effect 3, you know.
Resolution to the heretic question.
We're starting Mass Effect 3 tomorrow. We're going to beat Mass Effect 2 tomorrow and then go straight in.
Repurposed. If released into the station's network, the heretics will be rewritten to accept our truth.
Semantics. Either way, the heretics are no longer a problem. However, Legion's Geth could still become a problem. It may be safer to simply destroy the station.
Oh, she has dialogue on this too. We're good.
Race. I can't see treating the Geth differently.
The question is,
all right, making progress. You know how it is. Slowly but surely, right?
That is why we are here. Do not hesitate now. They will exterminate your species because their gods tell them to. You cannot negotiate with them. They do not share your pity, remorse, or fear.
This is a nice suit. I'm fucking with it. All right. So tomorrow we do that quest and we finish the game. Who's that Legion guy? He's a Geth. So remember the Geth were the bad guys in the first game? We found him. That's the first one intact that we found, and we activated him, and now he's on our team. And he's pretty good. I like him. He stayed alive way longer than Tally could. You know? Way longer. Have you ever played this game before, or are you just learning along with Skratsx? Oh shit, nice. Yeah, he's cool. Yeah, Reaper Savage. I like him. The Geth aren't so bad. It's just the Reapers that are the bad guys. And them damn collectors. Learning along. Yeah. Yeah, so it turns out the Reapers were just brainwashing the Geth. And so he's trying to stop them from doing that, and he's on our squad now. Until tomorrow, we do his quest, and then we beat Mass Effect 2, and we go right into Mass Effect 3. And tomorrow, Miranda Love Scene. Not only Miranda love scene, we're going to watch them all. We got to see all the love scenes in Mass Effect 2. You know? I think that's the plan. Yep, I think that's the good plan. Make a tier list after. Gonna be a hella horn dogs in here tomorrow. You know how it is. You know how it is. Especially Sora. You know, Sora literally said please. He said please to make sure that we called him. But yeah, I'm out of here. I'll be on Barrel Stream later, playing Among Us. Sora and Illy, yeah. Twitty, please. Yeah. W stream, this was fun. I enjoyed it. I don't know why the stream randomly disconnected earlier, but at least it didn't crash. I have to figure out what happened there, so I got to look at that too. We don't want any interruptions tomorrow, you know. The W stream, I appreciate y'all more than you know. Thanks for chilling with me. Thanks for hanging out with me. You know, I'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place, 10 a.m. Eastern. I'm not Eastern, Central. Love y'all, fam. Goodbye. I'm going to host Feeve, too. Feeve's probably the new Diablo, but I'm going to host Feeve. And, yeah, I'll see y'all tomorrow. See ya.